Very good morning to everybody. Welcome to Bristol and Hangar 61, the final weekend of the JDC Advanced Tour and the Girls Tour. An exhilarating Friday night of Junior Power League, and here we are, 11 bells and ready to rock and roll for event 17. We should have 3 or 4 matches of the round of 64. Of course, the first campaign it is, as our players have gone through the formalities and the handshakes, and we bullseye off. Yeah, 3 or 4 matches of the round of 64. 32 became 64 this year. And then we should have a few rounds of last 32. And then round of 16, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the finale. And hot on the heels of that, within a hop, step and a jump, will be event number 18 to conclude what will be a super Saturday at the darts here in Bristol. Sit back and enjoy the whole afternoon and the whole weekend. And pray for Carl Redden's voice by Sunday tea time. No, really can't wait. I hope you can as well. I will be updating you also of the movers and shakers in the table. As remember, the top 32 is the cut-off point. But we are going to also give you highlighted players that are in the last year due to the age restrictions. January the 1st, I believe you've got to be still 16. Those were the days, as they say. Do believe someone made a song of that. So the opening leg, and it's a Advanced Tour winner already in Alfie Cook as he slams in the first maximum. The first of many, no doubt. A dazzling 180 to match a dazzling darting shirt that he's donning right now. The real deal is Alfie Cook. Lewis is doing fantastically well, his brother at the minute. And of course, you're always going to get not so much comparisons, but talking about the other brother, but I think they both bring each other along, don't they? A bit like Lola and Lily on the girls tour, the girls JPL, over the past 2 years. Lily qualifying in the first year, Lola thinking, I fancy a bit of this, I'm good enough for this. Westby tidies up a beautiful 88. Rolls Royce action of Westby, the former Super 16 champion. 34th currently on the order of merit, so he sits just outside. Got a feeling Joe could be one of the players that could be moving on. You've got to think 25, and I've got a feeling he could be over the limit from an age point of view. I will find out though. I will get a confirmed list. But we know Alfie will be one of the front runners next season. 15th on the order of merit. Won a tour event and he didn't have to do well, didn't he? I think we covered a few of his latter games, the quarterfinal perhaps, I think it was, in the set, and then obviously the final. And when you get a player on a hot streak that just takes the game out of everybody's hands, Alfie's got the capabilities and the armoury, the heavy artillery to do that. I think it was always going to be when, not if, for Alfie. We certainly told the rest of the field and the world watching that it was going to be now, not later down the line. There's going to be a lot of players that are even still sat down in the 50s and the 60s that I think one good weekend or one good run or 2 good runs out of the 4. And there'll be players feeling that they've been knocking on the door and a couple of darts away from possibly a quarter-final or a semi-final, but going out in the first round and they'll know that they've got it in them, but it's who's going to be able to produce the goods over the course of the weekend, isn't it? I'm fascinated and excited to find out who that player or who them players could be. Resilience, focus, determination personified amongst all of our athletes, all of our youngsters on the JDC Advanced Tour and Girls Tour. Amazing temperaments. And the 88 would have been a nice follow-up with a ton topper, wouldn't it? But Alfie's back to level things up. Back-to-back breaks it could be. Creates the angle. Moves alongside. Gives himself the nod. And say that worked a treat. We're back level. We're back on throw. Third leg, it's Alfie's darts. Yeah, sat down in 34th of the minute, and when you look at the season averages for the 16 events that have been played so far, Alfie's currently sat with 75 running average, which is fantastic when you consider that is over what 16 events, but the amount of games that are played over the 16 events, it's not just 16 games, of course. So a fantastic running average, county average there, isn't it, for Alfie over the course of numerous matches. Joe's averaging 70 over the course of the 16 events. Always a player that you've got to beat. He doesn't give you any victories. He doesn't have bad games. He's always consistent as Joe. And when he's on, he's difficult to beat. But his B and C games are always at a solid standard. And as we say, the Rolls Royce action of Westby. Enjoyed watching his games over the last couple of years on the stream. Obviously up in Coventry and on this new glitz and glamour new arena, Hangar 61. The tour obviously concludes this weekend on Sunday, but then after that we've got the finals weekend for the Junior Power League on the Saturday, which is the 22nd of August, where all of our 10 players will have 4 rounds of fixtures. So myself and Chris Mason are going to be very busy that day. And we're discussing it last night, how much we're looking forward to it. And the same for Sunday. We've got the finals, which will be 6 girls have become 4. Lucy Shepherd, Lola Wheeler, Becca Allen, and Macy Gibbons are the 4 that's progressed. Kirsten Casley, our qualifier, and Yasmin Rukhavad are the 2 girls that have missed out, unfortunately. Kirsten with a 4-0 victory last night over Yaz, but a little bit too little too late. And Yaz, bright future ahead of her. So who will take the advantage? Decides to go for 2-4-4. Is this great ball management from Alfie? Certainly is. Great darts. 2 legs on the spin. Still on throw, of course, but Westby now 2-1 behind. Food for thought, because he did need to break at some point in the match. Has he done it too early by breaking in the opening match? In the opening leg, sorry. Because he's got to do his business on throw, but then he's got to break once again. Is he going to time his kick to perfection with a head bob on the line? Or is Alfie, with two legs in a row, going to motor on? As we say, despite 34th and 15th in the order of merit after 16 events, this match is very evenly poised, isn't it? Of course, I mentioned the finals weekend for the Junior Power League. Come down and join us here in Bristol, Hangar 61. If you're near, perfect. If you're a little bit further away, check it out. See if it's possible and make it happen. I'd love to see you. As would the players and the family for all the support. Because it really is a cracking venue. There'll be no cost involved. I don't think there's a tickets involved for it. But again, if there is, I will be updating you over the course of the weekend on that. But a brilliant venue. Can hold quite a lot of people. So get yourself along. 22nd and 23rd of August. The sun will be shining, no doubt, but the heat will be on. For what is, of course, the premier event on the JDC Tour. So Alfie will operate on 19s here to start off on 126. It's looking good for now. Will it be another one for double six? No, it'll be a bounce out, a cruel bounce out. But again, we talk about temperaments and how Owen Bryceland has improved so much. I've read on about how good he's performing right now. Mitchell Lorry's temperament and his maturity is developing, and that's helping how Sox is performing. Well, he's performing very, very, very well, isn't he? As Westby takes out a clinical 60 with 2 darts. Still on throw. Alfie's darts in leg 5. Best of 3 from here, folks, in what has been a cracking opening match here on the Advanced Tour. Yeah, when you talk about temperaments and people who assist along the way, Stuart Robinson has been working with the likes of Owen and working with Mitchell and Kaya Basel and unsung heroes, shall we say. Because yes, it's all about talent and it's all about performance, but you know, these extra 5%, 2%, and as you get better and better, these 1% are all important. And if you've got some kind of like a mental coach or some kind of mentor, when you talk to the likes of Neil Duff, who's doing fantastic work over in Ireland, over in Northern Ireland for the youth. It's a lot of time and effort that there's no financial reward, but they're doing it for the love of the game and for the next generation of dart players. I think darts is very much like boxing in that sense. A lot of the dart players that have been there and done it, they like to give it back, don't they? And a lot of the old boxers like to do that to the local clubs. So not on the finish, but we'll be looking to tidy things up, and does so with finding the bottom of the treble 20. A relieved man as he thought it might have drifted into the treble 5, but with time on his side to remain on throw after back-to-back breaks, we've had a few holds. Will this be a third consecutive hold? Well, that was a big effort there from Alfie Cook, but again, Westby's not on the premises, so time on his side, but he doesn't want to be starting to mess about with the madhouse, does he? He'll be looking to get this done with the first dart or two. Hard in mouth job for Alfie Cook here. Again, Westby's way back in here on 150. Safe dart with the second one. Gets it with the third. Not a marker at all. And he went aggressive and he got it. 3-2 to Alfie Cook. Fantastic. But every time Alfie Cook has taken the lead from that opening 2 legs, Westby's responded fantastically. And what an opening match we've got here in Bristol, here on the Advanced Tour. As JDC Jamie has just handed me the list of the players that'll be moving on after this year. So I will take a look at that over the course of the interval from the first match to the second match, process that in my head, and I shall relay that on as soon as possible. Of course, it is a Saturday morning here in the darts, and Carl Redden is not the best of multitaskers. No, it's all focused on this opening match, joking aside, so we'll see how this concludes. Who's going to be the first stream player through to the round of 32? You've got to fancy Lewis Cook has been one of the hot favourites coming into today and the weekend, but of course event 17. But on this performance, a 76.9 run, it's slightly above his running average for the season. Not much, of course, but Westby's doing exactly that as well, and that's enhanced with a 140. 74 from his 70 average for the year. Me and Chris Mason were talking last night about matchups that sort of bring out the best in players and, you know, good chemistry between two players that are playing, like Owen Bryceland and Lewis Cook last night, both averaging over 100 at one point with and I think these two players here in our picture are doing exactly that. They're not necessarily the quickest of players, but they're not by far the slowest, and I think that they're most certainly cracking on with things, and it's a case of knuckling down and the best player wins. We don't really see the gamesmanship of old, do we? And then when darts to take us the distance, and Alfie Cook has got darts now to wrap things up. Double top. Well, the Cookie Monster, is he going to get double 10? No, so back comes Westby. Double 10, initially proving a thorn in both players' sides. But the calm and collected Westby eyeballing double 10 for a level game. Alfie will be fuming in his head, but that 4-second rule's got to reply, hasn't it, Alfie? There it is, double 5, great adjustment. Smooth as silk, Federer-esque. Level game. Deciding leg, folks. Best of luck, gentlemen. Superb adjustment, wasn't it, from the 20s to the 19s to get that treble 20. It was quick and it was accurate. And after 6 legs and 1 visit, we're locked at 420 apiece, 3 all. Very little to separate them. I said that from 15th to 34th in the order of merit, but this game felt last leg decider. I didn't want to commentators curse that, of course, but here we are. I was right after the Lord Mayor show. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. The money in, money out tournament, as Robbie Long is just announcing there, if anyone's local or if anyone wants to have a tournament with us and bring a set of darts for me to play with, because I can't fly with mine because I've not got them points that twizzle out. But yeah, 7 o'clock, that'll be around about that time. So if anyone's in the area and fancies a game, a lot of the players here will use that as preparation for tomorrow. So again, still maintaining the advantage of throw is Alfie. As I say, I've got that list of players that'll be aged out, shall we say, and I'll also be giving you an update around the grounds, around the boards, of what's happening, who's progressed, any shocks, any top performances, any ton plus averages. So set up beautifully there as Alfie, hasn't he? So it's going to take a ton topper to progress to the round of 32. You feel it has to go, don't you? And he hits the one with the first start. Keep it straight and you've got an opportunity of the treble 18s for the bullseye, but not to be, and he's relying on misses. Alfie hasn't missed. He's wrapped things up. It's class from Cook. Alfie Cook is through to the round of 32. And the disappointing Joe Westby, we know his quality, and he will be back for event number 18, which of course is our second event of the afternoon. Stay with us, folks. We've got a round of 64 match, another round of 64 match that's coming up in a few moments. Back to the action, folks, here in Bristol. Hangar 61, as we say, a superb setting. The new home of the JDC has been all year. Building work, etc., still going on from the opening weekend of the tour. We pretty much have the cherry on the top. The Darting Delights, the Supremos that are entertaining us on YouTube and also live at the venue. In Harley Glykos, we have certainly more than a match for Jaden Walker. Jaden, who surely is a shoe-in for me for next season's Junior Power League. Don't think it was a bad thing that he wasn't playing this year. A bit like what we've said, Wade, he needed a year out early doors in his career from the Premier League. Jaden's development, you forget it, he's only a youngster himself. Compared to a lot of the other JPL stars. And he's responded brilliantly, hasn't he? Second in the Order of Merit table. Tour winner now. Regularly on the premises in the final and the semi-finals. I mean, that final that he played against Mitchell Laurie lost 6-1. And Mitchell could have had 116 average. Took back-to-back 180s, I think it was, for Jaden Walker to win a leg. But what I loved about Jaden in that final, he played his own darts, didn't get sidetracked by Mitchell's outstanding performance, as Jaden takes out an outstanding 52 using the treble 12 route. Off the mark, and certainly another front runner. But Harley Glykos, it's great to see on the big stream. We know he's got a great future ahead of him. He's doing really well in a lot of the youth tournaments that are played around the country. .7678 running average for the season after 16 events, which again, we look at Alfie, that average 75. We're currently sat 16th on the average table. Oh, wowza. A 170 checkout. Has he reeled it in? He certainly has reeled it in. Well done, Jaden Walker. The first big fish of the day. The talent on display. We might get it reeled in once or twice more. The scoreboard malfunctioned slightly just before Jaden, but we knew where them darts landed. And if we timed it, it'll probably be one of the quickest 170s we'll have ever seen. I brought Jaden Walker into the conversation last night when we were talking about Jack Nankervis and about being one of the... We know Jack Nankervis is lightning quick in terms of how he throws his darts and his action. But talking about our JPL champion in Jack Nankervis, and I said Jaden Walker as well as the second player, I says those two players are the best accurate switches in the game in terms of the Advanced Tour. And that adjustment, yes, it's only to the middle of the board, but that 170 was superb, as all 170s are. Averaging 93 and change, pretty much 94. Outstanding, 3-0 up against Harley Glykos. And it's going to take a bit of Welsh wizardry from here, isn't it, to peg back the runaway steam train that is Jaden Walker. As I say, I got my list from Jamie of the players who were going to be missing out. How quick this game has lasted, I promise I'll bring it to you on the start of the next game. I'll give you a little clue. Joe Westby's not one of the players that misses out. He's got another year, which is great to hear. And Harley Glykos is certainly one player that we'll see next year as well. Been a brilliant opening year for Harley, as we say, making his maiden tour. Hitting 9 data. Was it on the Foundation Tour or at the unsigned weekend? One of 4 players to hit the 9 data, I believe, on the Advanced Tour. Mitchell Lorry's done it off the stream board this year. Maximum time. Loses a leg, fires in a maximum, says, I want the job done now. Back comes Glykos. Brilliant. What a match. Great to see both players responding. Say what a hotbed of darts it was from that is down in Dorset, and I seen on Facebook was an old picture of Jaden. It was a younger version of Jaden, and he was teaming up with Tommy Morris to win the Super League pairs. Great to see Tommy Morris as well, playing very well. Congratulations to you on your exploits around the darting world right now. He'll no doubt be up at Middlesbrough if possible for the ADC. Certainly be making the southern events, but I know he said he was going to try and get up to Middlesbrough for that. Dedication of dart players, isn't it? Tops to wrap things up. Well, 6 visits winning leg was not there. But he knows he'll be back. And he'll be back with little pressure on. So for a 4-1 victory and cementing his position currently in that England squad. Remember, the top 4 on the Advanced Tour will secure their berth to Gibraltar for England A. And second place on the order of merit, Jaden Walker, is through to the round of 32, beating Harley Glykos with an 86 average 4-1. Stay with us, folks. We've got another first round match that's coming up in a few moments. So the formalities are over with. The fist pumps. Riley Pin on against Oscar Rumsey. A third round of 64 match of a Super Saturday of the darts here in Bristol. Riley has won the bullseye with a 25 after a few back and forths. Two players that will also be featuring on the tour next year if they can be in the top 32. And we talk about the movers and shakers. The players that are going to be aged out. I'll give you the players that are currently sat in the top 32 first. And then the players that are currently outside but are going to be dropping out also. We have a list, shall we say? Let's have a look. 6, 9, 10, 13. There's 15 players out of the 64 that are going to be dropping out due to age. Archie Self, Lewis Cook, Ben Townley. Oh, Ben, why can't you do another year? Life is great and much better with a Ben Townley around, believers. And the other guys, of course. But Oscar Saxon is also missing out. The Flying Gilden, Kyle Gilden is going to be moving aside. Charlie Greensmith, Alfie Armitage, and Junior Howard. They are the asterisks that Jamie's kindly given us. As Riley pins a lovely 140 to leave tops. 15 darts thrown and sat on tops. Talk about movers and shakers. 42nd currently on the order of merit. As he pins tops and takes the advantage. Holds his throw with a 17 darter. And when you talk about the players that are in the top 32, he's sat 42nd at the minute, and there's currently 8 players that are going to be missing out. So you work that out, he's kind of on the line, isn't he? He's just below it. So he's going to need a performance over the course of the weekend. And judging by that 17 data and a 140 away, Riley knows what he's got to do, and he's doing it. Oscar Rumsey, 41st. So this is a match between two players that are locked horns in the table, that both know what they've got to do in terms of making that top 32. Whether or not they've done the homework like Jamie's done, probably not, because not everyone would have that information at hand unless they've asked Jamie personally. Maybe people don't want to know. Maybe people want to just go about their own business and do the darts and let the darting gods be with them. A lot of people don't like to have distractions to know that they've got the pressure of trying to stay in the top 32 or to try and get into the 32. They just like to go up and play with an open mind and throw the darts. It's each to their own, isn't it? Everyone's different. Not just people's grips or actions. People's mindsets, isn't it? Players' mindsets. Some people will thrive on that as a bit of a motivation, and that's what's fascinating about the game, isn't it? Well, this is brilliant if this lands. The Shanghai, oh, great attempt. But here comes Oscar for a double 8 to level things up. And he's missed it. So an unexpected return for Riley as he looks to double his advantage. He was walking, wasn't he? Double 10. Should he step back and give himself more time? Absolutely not, because the double 5, the adjustment to the 10 to the 5 was brilliant. He's doubled his advantage. He has the throw in leg number 3. Scores around the boards. We said Charlie Greensmith would be making way. We've seen him do fantastically well, reaching finals, semi-finals. He's lost to Luke Cox. The Ox is on fire. as is Junior Ox back home in Northumberland. Hi to the Junior Ox if he's watching. Kev will be down with Luke and Ridley Ladicus. My company on the aeroplane back to Newcastle. Yeah, so for Oscar Saturn 41st and Riley, this is going to be a fascinating weekend. And of course, it's not all eggs in one basket on event 17, isn't it? But it's nice to get a few points and a few rounds on board, isn't it? And it does take the pressure off you slightly. You don't want to be going into Sunday with knowing that you've got to reach a semi-final or a quarter-final if you haven't produced the goods in the first 18 or 19 events. So a couple of steady away around the 16s, and these players should be all right. But of course, the mentality, they want to win it. We've seen Alfie Cook win on the live stream. Lewis Cook's also progressed. Steady 83 average, a 4-0 win over Jack Marshall. Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson, 4-0 win over Alfie Armitage, 85.89 average. Reggie Woolard is through with a last leg decider against Callum Ryan. Jack Nankervis is through with a whitewash over Harry Childs. And the informed Taylor James Harden, a 4-1 win over the young star 12-year-old Lennon Wharf. 77 average for Taylor. Great to see Taylor playing with a lot of confidence right now. So 16 or 8. Stays in that vicinity. Double 16 for 3-0. Fires it wide, so Oscar to get a leg on the board, and he's busted. And that's what happens when you're 2-0 down, doesn't it? It very rarely happens when you're 2-0 up that. Bit of scoreboard pressure. And it's Riley's turn to throw in a wild one. They often say the single's the hardest one to find. Well, Oscar will be just happy to find a double. So chance after chance, the scoreline could quite easily have been in the other direction, couldn't it? But for 3-0, looking at double 8. Three 0 it is, and one leg away from placing the round of 32. It's one of the matches where if you looked on Darts Connect or wherever, you see a dart scoreline that says 4-0, but if you've watched the game and you think the scoreline could have been very much a different story, but when you just see a 4-0 scoreline, you think, oh, one-way traffic. Absolutely not in this game. And Oscar, if he was to get a leg on board, you know, he can take great confidence from them legs that have passed. He just needs to tidy up his doubling, doesn't he? Archie Self is also through. And what a first round clash that was against 9th place Arthur Alston. Well, Archie in terrific form, one of the favourites for every event. Averaging 84.7 in a 4-2 win over Arthur Alston. Yeah, and the leg that he needs to win he's got to be foot perfect in terms of leg wins from here, which is stating the obvious, but he's doing a good job of having a little bit of breathing space with it. Yeah, 15 darts thrown and sat on tops, and that's a brilliant leg from Oscar. We know he's got it in him. Riley has usually been on the premises, hasn't he, when Oscar's wiped his feet on his doubles. But there's no chance of that happening in that leg. That was a brilliant 16 dart leg. But again, Riley will have probably been saying, crack on with that, mate. I've got the darts in the next leg and I'm going to finish the match off. 2 treble visit will work wonders for the chances of that coming to fruition. For all of the Riley Pinhorn fans, that'll be music to their ears. A nice 134, as will a 140. What a brilliant response from Riley. And again, 2 treble visits followed by backed up with an 87. Just what you want in a leg to wrap the match up. A real dominant display it's been in this leg. A lot of closely fought legs, and then 2 dominant displays on throw from both players. Fantastic attempt at the 140. Remember early on in the match he missed a Shanghai opportunity, so darts are certainly going well for Riley as he looks to get into that top 32 come the end of the season. Now we'll be updating you as the weekend develops on who has gone out, who's in the top 32, who's potentially going to break into that. Case in point being Riley Pinhorn right now. 2-2 when he returns, but how much pressure will it be under? Fear he needs a treble. Shanghai's more than capable of if he can keep it straight, but finds the treble. Brilliant dart there from Oscar. Fantastic dart. But will it be for nothing? 2-2. Finds the 2-2 with the last dart. A great adjustment over the top. That must have been a difficult viewing from his angle. But a 4-1 victory for Riley Pinhorn, who advances to the round of 32. We could have a final round of 64 match before we move on to the 32. But if not, we've got our first look at a second round match. We're about to find out. Stay with us, folks. There'll be a match coming up in a few moments. As we say, we dip our toes into the round of 32. And it's a first look at Jackie Boy Jack Johnson this weekend. Again, was on my winner waiting to happen radar. And like Jaden Walker, like Owen Bryceland, Jack got over the winning line. And it's going to be a first of many for the 14-year-old. Talk about 16-year-olds that are going to be moving on because they're going to be past the dating deadline, shall we say, for being 17 on January the 1st. It's going to be another year for Alfie Moore on the tour, which I'll be pleased to hear. Seen Alfie a few times, more so over the last couple of weekend tours, and he's putting some good winning displays on the stream board. I know Chris Mason speaks highly of him up in Derbyshire. Plays out of the academy up in Ilston. Or Ilkeston, I do apologise. But certainly a player that Chris has got a lot of time for. He's winning a lot of tournaments in senior events, which again is always a good sign for our youngsters. Inside on double four, so you can't do that and give Jack Johnson too many chances, can you? And he takes out the 32. It's a hold to throw. And what remains a best of 7 all the way through to the semi-final, folks, where it goes up to a best of 9 and a final that is a best of 11. With a couple of darting opportunities there to break for Alfie, that's certainly going to give him confidence as the match develops. But as we say, Jack Johnson, our Junior Power League star, our our JDC Vaults champion. Been brilliant on the big stages, hasn't he, Jackie Boy? Winner on the Marshalls Arena stage, the Super 16, where he beat Jaden Walker, who we saw perform brilliantly in our second live stream match. And then he backed it up with a brilliant win, didn't he, at the Vaults Finals, the Morningside Arena in Leicester at the World Grand Prix. Opportunity knocks, doesn't it, for our youngsters now playing to get the opportunity in finals at all the premier events on the PDC Tour. We talked to Mace last night and we say he goes to a lot of the Modus events for the exhibitions and he sees Jack Johnson firing in big scores and big games and thrown with all of the superstars of the PDC. And the way he goes about it and he's just like, all right, mate, yeah, you know, like, it's as if it's natural. Jack Johnson is certainly going to be a star of the future. He's a star of now. But just takes everything in his stride and it's all normal to him. Double his advantage in a 2 treble visit away. This is a brilliant first start there from Alfie. Back-to-back 140s, that's what we like to see. Matching strides here in the leg number 3. Yeah, looking at the table there, we've got 35th in the table is Alfie Moore. So again, you take the 8 players with the asterisks off, and I do apologise. I've given you the asterisk players in the top 32. So there's 8 of them, and I've got to give you the players that are not in the 32 currently that are also going to be going off. So some of the fans of these players will be disappointed, and some will already know that their charges or their friends are not able to play next year. But we've got. Wait a minute, as Jack Johnson is on 205. I thought he might utilise the bull there, but he says, no, I want a 140. Absolutely right, Jack Johnson. What do I know sat here behind my microphone? Did that probably because his opponent was on 254s, as you tried to get into the mindset of the genius that is Jackie Boy. Yeah, and just takes that out. A brilliant adjustment from tops to tens. And his match last night in the JPL, Archie Self against Jack Johnson, I says to Chris, I says, two of the best lefties around. And that certainly is. Not many that can match the scoring power, the finesse, the brutality on the 180s as these two. Yes, we've got Oliver Haffen, who's going to be missing out next year, one of the Northumberland superstars. Corey Wiltshire's going to be missing out. Corey's in a bit of form right now, so be nice to see Corey get a few results under his belt this weekend and perhaps see him on the live stream. Local Bristol lad. Leo Howard's going to be missing out. The Pompey Chimes will be ringing out for one last weekend. Craig Devlin, the devil from north of the border, is going to be missing out. Jack Courtney's not here, unfortunately, this weekend, but I will sing it one more time for you. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, the Rottweiler's going to be stepping aside. Luke Cox, the Ox, who's had a fine win early doors, but he's going to take the experience of 1 year on the Advanced Tour on with him to bigger and better things from a senior perspective. And Caden Morris is also going to be missing out. I will repeat that later on in the afternoon without sounding like a broken record, but of course people will be tuning in at different times depending on what their Super Saturday brings. I hope it is staying with me throughout the afternoon and throughout the course of the weekend for the Advanced Tour and the Girls Tour, of course. As Jack Johnson wrapped things up with an average just shy of 80, he's through to the round of 16 quite comfortably, isn't he? So it's going to be hard for Jack Johnson to be dislodged as he looks for a second Advanced Tour. Third in the table, remember, behind Jaden Walker and table-topping Mitchell Lorry. But in terms of the England team, he sat second on that. And I think it's going to be a case of England A for Jack Johnson. He's through. Alfie Moore, again, averaging 75. A brilliant performance from him in a 4-0 defeat. Had his chances. We will see Alfie over the course of the weekend. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 32 match that's coming right up. Once again, the formalities are over. England against Scotland. Heard there's some kind of rivalry between these pair. Only joking. Good luck to Scotland in them World Cup exploits tonight against Haiti. For all you night owls, I'll be staying up until 2 o'clock in the morning to watch that. Or even later for the conclusion of it. But this has the makings of being a real cracking match here. Toby Clemens is a player who's done very well and who I've been mightily impressed with. But there's no other player that I don't think anybody will be more mightily impressed with than the Tower of Renfrew. Wee Socks Mitchell Lawrie. What isn't there what being said that hasn't already been said, sorry, about Wee Socks, because he's just doing amazingly well at everything right now, isn't he? And he's even refraining from jumping out on blind corners and turning the lights off in the toilets while I'm in. So he's been foot perfect pretty much in every way. The wee tinker. But it's back to the seriousness of Hanger 61 and what a start it's been for Toby Clemens so far. As we see, his maiden tour event. Brilliant 140 there from Mitchell to apply the pressure, but for first blood, Toby Clemens goes for the 33 for the 32, wants tops. Brilliant darts from Toby Clemens, and that is food for thought for Mitchell Lawrie. We know Mitchell won't panic, but he has the darts in leg number 2. Me and May said last night, it's not so much having legs off or taking things for granted for Mitchell, but he just seems to be doing everything in autopilot right now and making silly averages look easy. But when he is having those odd high 90, which is again ridiculously good for anybody, but are the averages in the 80s, you know, it's not taking his mind off things or taking things for granted, but you just feel he's playing his opponent, and if he was to be pushed, then you feel that he has the gear. We know he's got the gears to respond, but he would respond. I'm not saying that this is going to be the case with Toby Clemens, because Toby's taken the opening leg and averaging 90 plus himself. Toby's featured in a lot of the latter stages in events, and like we say, it's been cracking for him. But Mitchell Lawrie, 16 events played, 8 wins. He's running at 50%. 5-0. The Tartan Army will be looking for that kind of result tonight, but talking to Dad Fraser, who said, Haiti, you're going to be no pushovers. So I'll take his word for that. And we know the strength and depth of the Advanced Tour. There's no pushovers in this competition. For an 18 dart response, Wee Socks is on the board. And a brand new leg. Remaining on throw. Yeah, looking at the stats for the season, obviously Mitchell's at the top of that. But when you've got, we're talking about 180s. He's had over 100 180s as Mitchell, 101. The nearest player to that is 67, which is Jaden Walker and Kaya Basel. Toby Clemens has had 18 180s. Three dart average. We've got Toby's on a 75.82 running average. Again, when you talk about 16 events and all the matches that have been played in amongst those 16 events, a bit like Alfie Cook, you know, that's superb standard, isn't it? Averaging 90.2 09 is Mitchell, so averaging over 90 for the 16 events. Had 7-ton plus averages on the final weekend. As Toby Clemens tidies up beautifully, doesn't he? This is a proper match, this, and it's been brilliant finishing from Toby Clemens. That 11-14 tops was tidied up nicely, and that 61 also was. The cool as you like, Renfrew Rattler. All eyes will be watching north of the border. Hi to everybody. Hi to Lynn. He'll be watching back home and all the family. And of course, all of the Mitchell Lawrie fans around the world, because he's gathering quite a list and quite a queue of supporters, isn't he? And rightfully so. Our JDC world champion in front of our eyes has got a battle on his hands here in the second round of the Advanced Tour. It's a Desmond. We're at 2-all. It's a 2-2. Both halfway to victory. Best of luck, gents, in the remaining 3 legs of this match. It's been a belter, like a chess match, perfectly poised. Who was going to shout checkmate in about 2 or 3 minutes' time? A few of Mitchell Lawrie's 5-0 wins has took 2 or 3 minutes on the Junior Power League. He's moved top of the table. He was joint top of the table. Well, absolutely level, weren't they? Owen Bryceland and Mitchell Lawrie both on 6 points, but on leg difference were both on +9. Archie Self was also on 6 points in total. Mitchell unbeaten with 2 wins and 2 draws. But 5-2 win for Owen Bryceland last night. If you get a chance to watch that, obviously it's all on YouTube, but you can play back any event that you want. But it's Junior Power League, week 5 it is. And you can check the dates, and obviously it's from yesterday. Almost a timely max, but first to finishes Clemens, but oh, this feels like it could possibly go. He wants tops for a 160 checkout. Oh, and what an attempt that was. Once that first start landed for Toby, my eyes opened wider. But a chance for a break. A chance for tops. For a ton topper. And an opportunity missed for both players on tops. But back comes Clemens. I'm squirming closer to the edge of my seat here. Brilliant performance from our 2 youngsters. 5-5 to retake the lead. For 5 legs on the spin, on throw. Comes inside, drag the last dart, and Mitchell Lawrie will pounce. He does pounce. The first breaker throw, and he knows how important that was with that fist pump. He has the darts in leg 6 to wrap things up. How will Clemens respond? Will the darting disappointment linger on? It can't linger on for long because he's got to win this leg. Mitchell won't give him any breathing space, will he? But that trebleless visit is about the biggest gift that he'll probably be granted in this leg. Brilliant last start, slid it in underneath. As we talk about averages and that, and we talk about Mitchell Lawrie, and again, the composure of him averaging 99 and making it look like a 60 average, the way he's going about it. What an absolute generational talent. Still with the advantage of throw, but Clemens is keeping him honest. As we say, it's been very mightily impressed with Toby Clemens and the likes of Charlie Greensmiths, who were Arthur Alston's in what's been their maiden year. Certainly one of the players that have stood out above others. First row finishes Clemens, but again with a trebleless visit. It's just not happening in this leg, is it, for Mitchell? Of course, it's a He's going to have a second pop at it if he gets a chance, and Toby will love to take it the distance, won't he? Brilliant response. To have lost the leg having missed them darts at a double, to be on 18 after 15 darts. Two nines. Will he split it? Goes directly for it. And just like the fives, he comes inside with his second dart or his third dart. It matters not, but he's not going to get the opportunity after that first dart missed. And these are match darts coming in for double 12. As Sox shrugs his shoulders and pins the double 12. A fist point, knows how important that is. And a 95.76 average sees Sox through to the round of 16 to join Jack Johnson, who we saw earlier on. Wow, what a Saturday it's been so far, folks. Stay with us. We've probably got a round of 16 match that's coming up any minute. We said hot on the heels of the Mitchell Lowry 4-2 victory. We've got Lex Passhauser and Oscar Sexton in action, and we're underway here in what remains a best of 7. Remember, it's a a race to 4 all the way through the semi-finals, best of 9 in the semis, and a final that is a best of 11. We've had a few one-sided best of 11s in the final, predominantly when Mitchell Lorry's been playing. But we've also had a few really close ones, haven't we? One springs to mind actually with Mitchell Lorry. Was it no, it was Jack Nankervis and Lewis Cook it was. I do apologise. That was a real close one. Event 17. I will give you updates on what's going on around the grounds, as we say, but we'll get this first leg out the way because our former JDC world champion, our youngest ever JDC world champion, 13-year-old, the Belgian ace, which is Lex Passhauser. It's not been his year necessarily on the tour so far, but there's so much to like about Lex Passhauser's game and his personality and his character. And he was on form last night with his first JPL win. And I liked his interview afterwards as well, as Oscar Saxon is in blistering form in leg 2 after taking the opening leg. But then with the kind of darts that we saw last night, and myself and Chris Mason were highlighting, you can see he's put the practice in back home because his darts are not spraying around like they have done earlier on in the campaign. He's getting his action back. He's getting his confidence back. Sure, he hasn't lost his confidence in the first place. It was just more a case of probably being a little bit lacking a bit of match sharpness or I don't think the competition over in Belgium is necessarily as frequent as it is in the UK. But again, what an achievement it's been for Lex Passhauser. Everything happened really, didn't it, in the first couple of years of his young career. So that just highlights how good he can be and how good he is right now. That's for 2-0. So this will take one of the Lex Passhauser specials. I think he's more of a 141 to 149 kind of a guy. He does tend to nail a lot of them 148s and not to be as Oscar Saxon doubles his advantage. The list of players who were 16 plus after January the 1st, before January the 1st, sorry, Oscar Saxon, sorry, is one of those players who is asterisked as a top 32 player that's going to be aged out. So unfortunately, he's going to be moving on to tournaments in the development tour, perhaps, and still can feature in a lot of the events, youth, as in the WDF events as well, because I see a lot of the Taylor McGuckians and things like players like that who have came off the tour last year. Hi to Taylor if you're watching as well, absolute superstar, winner of an advanced tour last year and a former Scottish Open winner, England international. Yeah, so these opportunities still at international level and youth level beyond the advanced tour, but there has to be a limit put in place, hasn't there, for the age? And I think the JDC's got it about spot on, haven't they? So with time on his side, he'd be a bit disappointed that it hasn't worked out how he wanted in terms of keeping them straight, even if he was to miss the Mervyn King route on 80. I think Lex Passhauser has been watching me too much. But again, he will be back with his opponent off the radar. And if you're Oscar Saxon, this is a leg with which Passhauser has the advantage in. So with an initial 2-0 lead, he will have the advantage of throw, and he does have the advantage of throw now in leg number 4. But Passhauser is on the charge. Brilliant Belgian. Daniel Stevenson was his opponent in the final at the Alexandra Palace. As we mentioned, the opportunity that comes for our players the Alexander Palace obviously being for the World Championships, where we saw Mitchell Lorry this year beating Kaya Basel, two good friends on and off the, well, on the hockey. I think everybody wants to rip each other's heads off, don't they? And the friendship goes out the way for a few moments, but we've had Kaya, that's brilliant 180 there from Lex Passauser. What a match we've got here in Bristol. What a weekend we've got in Bristol. Can you believe we've been going since February? And here we are, events 17 and 18 on this Saturday. Sunday events 19 and 20. Mr. Brown, if you're watching, if you're listening, can we have another 20 events, please? We promise we'll get them over quick and we'll be finished for Christmas. As long as you promise to let us get started again in February. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. No, only joking. We've got other things coming on, of course. European Championships next month, where Lewis Cook goes for a third consecutive win. I presume he's going over there to defend his title. Passauser strikes, and we've got 2-0 becomes 2-2 in a matter of moments. Best of 3 from here. We've had a lot of close matches today, haven't we? Great to see the competitiveness and also players responding from winning positions and going behind and coming back. And players digging in deep. Yeah, Lex, of course, who won 4 Advanced Tour titles last year, finishing in 3rd position in the table. We've just had Mitchell Lorry, who's won on the live stream board in the round of 32. And he was straight away called out to play Turgle of Mongolia. So what a last 8 matchup that will be. I will check that in a moment for you. So still with the advantage of throw. He's wrestled this one back from 2-0, hasn't he, to 2-2. And to take the lead for the first time. Sets up 80. A 2 treble visit here, but the commentator's curse strikes just as he was about to release. I do apologise, Oscar. You're looking at the running average for the year for Oscar. As Lex goes for the Mervyn King route again, or we're going to be probably calling it the Lex Passauser route. You see Mervyn King still having a great career, isn't he? Many would have thought he would have just slipped off, but he's put in the hard work still, hasn't he? And he's still doing fantastically well. A real role model for youngsters that look to prepare for gate tournaments. Mervyn's always the first one in the events and first one knocking down the door to get into the venue. Brilliant dart from Oscar Sexton. I keep saying Sexton, I do apologise. So from 2-2, looking like going to be 3-2 to Lex. The momentum swings back in favour of the Englishman. Yeah, there you are on the list. I've been looking high and low there for you, Oscar, but you're averaging 78.95 for the season. Fantastic. That he's up in 12th on the average list. Leading 3-2, giving the former JDC World Champion a real run. Lex is, like I say, not having the best of seasons compared to last year. But we know form is temporary and class is permanent. We said that about a couple of players last night, and Lex is starting to come back to a bit of form that's guided him to that Ali Pally success. But it's going to have to find a fairly quick here because Oscar Saxon is meaning business. Yeah, Lex averaging 68 for the season, which is again way below what we know that Lex Passhouse is capable of doing. It was well into the 80s he was last year for the season at this time of last year. But again, talking about getting out of the bottom two for his first win of the campaign last night. And of course, we've got 4 rounds of fixtures from each player. And I loved his interview last night. He was basically saying, "Oh, we'll come across that in August." He says there's a lot of darts to be thrown between now and then. And a 4-2 victory from Oscar Saxton. Lex isn't too happy with that, with his own performance, but brilliant from Oscar Saxton, as we say, averaging 78 for the season. It's took a 74.68 average to secure the victory over the Belgian former world champion. He will be through to the quarterfinals, and best of luck for him for the rest of the tournament. We will have a quarterfinal match, potentially another round of 16 match coming up, but it's likely to be an Elite 8 match. Stay with us, folks. That's coming up shortly. So as hoped, we've got a second round of 16 match, and it features two England stars. Leo Howard has played England international, I think, at Grand Prix level, or Grand Prix tournament, shall we say. Kai Basel doing the business at England A level right now. Starman, he was in the recent, was it Four Nations competition or Three Nations competition? It was Wales, England and Scotland. 107 average in a 4-0 whitewash over Mitchell Lowry. Man of the weekend. Leo Howard playing in his last year. Keen Arrowsmith plays all over the country. He's played a lot of senior ADC events over the past few years. Gained his development. 45th on the Advanced Tour. And they'll be dancing on the streets of Copner if he was to pull off a win against friend Kaya Basel. But as we know from Kaya, it's going to take a big performance to beat him, isn't it? Because he's always on the premises in terms of the latter stages. Does tend to raise his game against the big players. The hunter doesn't want to become the hunted, because he's there to be shot at. He's one of the most respected players and biggest talents on the Advanced Tour. As comes with success comes pressure. And the top players have then got to respond, haven't they, and prove what's got them to where they're at. Can keep them there or keep on improving. And Kaya is going to be box office, isn't he? He is box office right now. And this is a big opening leg, this. Leo's had his chances. Will he get a second chance? Kaya, with that dart going in the corner, has pretty much a full bed to aim at. And just getting himself a little bit flustered. And Leo will be back for a bit of 3-2-2. There's the first part done. Third dart needs to shimmy inside. Does just that. And the angle of trajectory, the angle of the way the dart lies. That was a friend, not a foe, that second dart, wasn't it? It wasn't necessarily a marker, but it was a clear bed to aim at, and he'd had a range finder at it. I was talking to Kaya's mum last night, and we were discussing the assistance that goes on behind the scenes from support networks, whether that be through sponsorship connections, and you've got the 360 Performance Academy. Neil Duff's the academy coach there right now, and he's been a good influence, a big influence on Kaya recently. Was over in Zurich with Kaya, in which Kaya won both youth events. Congratulations to him for that. He's been well travelled recently, hasn't he, Kaya? Also jetted across the Atlantic to Canada. He's doing that well right now. You'd expect him to put his shin pads and footy socks on, wouldn't you? Was the big tournament that was on over in Canada. And he beat Ben Townley in the final, I believe. Ben's in terrific form right now, isn't he? Development tour, latter stages. Let's have a look of who is still in the tournament. give you an update on that. It's been a while, hasn't it? Because we're at the business end of event 17. Let's see who's going to propel themselves into that top 32 spot to keep them on the tour next year. Last year we announced fairly early that 30 to 32 players was going to be 64, and I think that helped a lot of the players that were in that kind of relegation zone, because as soon as we found out that they were going to be featuring in the next year, if they were below that, their averages rose quite considerably when the pressure was off. But this year, it's a bit back to being a relegation trapdoor, and players have to respond like Kaya Basil's just done there. Relaxes his shoulders, takes a breath out, puffs his chest, and away we go on leg number 3. Yeah, so we'll bypass the round of 32 update, because I'm just going to, and we'll pick out a few matches from that of players who might affect, but we'll go to the round of 16 where we've got Lewis Cook, who's beaten Jack Johnson in the battle of the JPL Stars, a 4-2 victory for Lewis with an 85.88 average. Alfie Cook, his brother, has also matched the strides with a 4-2 win over the Ox. Luke Cox has had a good run to the round of 16 today. Reggie Woolard, who we saw play very well at our last weekend, he's through 4-2 against Addison Heffron. Next pass houses out. Oscar Saxon was very impressive in that match. Mitchell Lorry through with a 4-0 whitewash over Turgle Kulralku. So we Sox with a 92.49 average. That with an average of 90. I know we've only got 4 events left and it takes a lot to up that, but he's very rarely averaging below a ton at the minute, isn't he? 92, enough to see a whitewash there. Jaden Walker, second in the order of merit, a 4-1 win over Owen Bryceland. That would have been a good match to cover, wouldn't it? But 77.99 average. It doesn't matter about the average, does it? Because Jaden Walker is through. And Christian Ennis, I said, the winner waiting to happen on the tour, the next winner waiting to happen. Mystic Carl has struck a few times, hasn't he? With Jack Johnson, Jaden Walker, Lewis Cook. My next winner waiting to happen was Christian Ennis. So no pressure, Christian. You've got 4 events to get your win. No, but joking aside, been a brilliant opening and final year probably for Christian Ennis. Is he on our list? Or has he got another year? Oh, it'd be amazing if he has another year. I want them all to, of course, but unfortunately we all get older. Yeah, oh great. So we've got Christian Ennis for another year by the looks of things. Happy days. 2 16s to take the lead for the first time. And he's had darts in every leg as Kaya, but wanting double 4 for 2-1 for 3rd consecutive break. Bristol's gone mad. The world's gone mad. 3 consecutive breaks. Happy days for Leo Howard there, the fist pump. Knowing how important that dart was in the context of the match. Yeah, when we talk about players behind the scenes, of a senior perspective, Neil Duff's been over to Zurich with Kaya. He reached the last 16 of the men's event as well. And I was speaking to his mum last night, and from 3-0 up he was in that round of 16 match and seemingly cruising. His opponent averaged 115 to get a 4-3 victory over Kaya. And again, when you got to take the positives, haven't you, from losing 4-3 in that scenario. I know at the time you just want the world to swallow you up probably, but the fact that he's a player has had to respond with 115 average to get the better of you. And there was a 1-5-4 thrown in amongst the mix there. So again, I don't know what Kaya was on in that circumstance, whether he was on a finish or how timely that 1-5-4 was. But credit to the player who's obviously came back. I'll have a check of that, who it was. But that's obviously the standard that you've got to play at times in the last stages of a WDF or a PDC development to a challenge to an event, isn't it, if you're going to progress? But it's massive respect to Kaya, the fact that someone's had to do that to get the victory. For a place in the quarterfinals. Yeah, Oscar Saxon and Alfie Cook, 3-all in their quarterfinal match. Currently, Mitchell Lowry and Jaden Walker, 2-all in their match. Wow. 2 matches going to the very wire. Top against second in the order of merit as Leo Howard goes 3-1 up. How will Kaya respond? He didn't look overly comfortable last night, did he, on the stage in Bristol? And I think it's taken a bit of time for him to adjust to the new venue. Players have their favoured venues, and players like to return to certain venues. And of course, this is going to be a venue where they're going to be returning quite a lot to. I think it's taken Kaya a little bit longer than others to enjoy this venue, and what a venue it is. And I think it's going to bring out brilliant darts on our JPL finals weekend. Well, we've got 10 players playing 4 matches each, so what a busy Saturday that's going to be. We're going to have matches regularly on the stream board throughout the day on the Saturday, and on the Sunday we've got our semi-finals in the girls event and the final, and then we've got the quarters, semis and finals for the boys. So put them dates in your diary. Subscribe and like everybody on YouTube so we don't miss a dart as Kaya reduces the arrears from 3-1 to 3-2. Solid darts there from the Lancashire Hot Pot. Yes, Sunday is the finals. It's a full weekend of action. Me and Mace can't wait for it. Full production. We're going to have regular interviews. Phil Seymour was great to see last night, introducing the players and having the interviews afterwards. Real top guy is Phil. Darren Barson as well, with Chris Mason in the interview room after the interviews on stage. Sorry. Yeah, Darren always has an enthusiastic input, whether it be interviewing the players or chatting away with Chris. When we talk about the additions to help our players come along, when we talk about Stuart Robinson, unsung heroes, like I say, both Stuart, and he's working a lot with Mitchell Lowry, and you see how well that's coming to the fore with the sport and psychology side of things. Fascinating, isn't it? We'll look forward to Kaya obviously making his modest debut. I've been crossing days off on my diary for this, by the way, Kaya. Can't wait for your full week of action down in Pompey, on the doorstep of Leo Howard. And I'm sure Leo would pop down if you were to make the finals. I might even come down myself. Pompey Pete, are you watching? Make me bed for us, mate. Deciding leg. Best of luck, gentlemen. Leo's darts in the decider. No, Kaya's darts, sorry. Keep up, Carlos. The comeback from 3-1 to 3-all has gone to me head. It's Kaya's darts in the decider. And I'm having to take a double take at Kaya to see if it is actually him. I'm used to him in the Burnley colours for his shirt, but that's another Bobby Dazzler top that he's got on. Traveller's visit from Leo. Has his assault on event 17 come to an end? 3-1 up. I like Oscar in the last match when Oscar Saxon was 2-0 up to 2-all. Lex Passhauser had darts for 3-2 on that 80 after he hit the treble 16. Oscar retook the lead and won 4-2. Is there more twists and turns in this battle between Leo Howard and Kaya Basel? Or is Kaya going to grind it out? He hasn't looked amazingly comfortable, has he, on this stage all weekend? But, you know, when someone is as quality as Kaya, they just grind out results, don't they? They get that winning mentality and that they find a way to win, and that's a sign of a great champion. Of course, our World Masters youth champion did fantastically well in beating Mitchell Laurie in the final on the Marshalls Arena stage. Mitchell Laurie, a 4-3 win over Jaden Walker. Top has beaten second in the table. And Oscar Saxon has continued his success. He's had a 4-3 win over Alfie Cook. Lewis Cook is through against Reggie Woolard. So this is the final round of 16 match. We could go straight into a semi-final match, or we could have a little pause as we wait for our. Or we could. Well, actually, we're going to feature probably the quarterfinal of this. I don't know. Who knows? Stay with us. We're about to find out. Double 10 lands and Kaya Basel with margin and room to spare in the last leg. His opponent on 116. But the comeback is complete. 3-1 to 4-3. And the Burnley Massive rejoice. Kaya Basel is through to the quarterfinals. Stay with us, folks. We've got another match coming right up. Final four action at the darts. Hanger 61 in Bristol. Fist pumps. And under starters orders, and they're off. Off for the treble 20 was Oscar Saxon, and he'd be disappointed to only get 81, but it's a treble away with the darts in what is a best of 9 from this round. And of course, the final is a best of 11. Not a great deal of ramping up, but it is a best of 7 all the way through until the semis. Lewis Cook has been fantastic, hasn't he, over the course of the last 3 or 4 weekends, well, throughout the tour, basically, but his form is looking really pleasing on the eye as we go into the final 4 events, and also think about England, top 4. Lewis is in that mix, currently sitting in the top 4, and this run to the semi-final and potentially final and winning it won't do his chances of cementing that place any harm at all. Double top for a 15-dart blitz. I mean, his opponent sat on 50. That was a very handy 74 take. One quarter-final match that remains on the back of that Kaya Basel marathon with his 4-3 win. It's Christian Ennis against Kaya Basel, 2 JPL stars, and it's Christian Ennis who's taken the opening leg as Lewis Cook fires in a 2 treble visit there as he looks to hold his throw. I thought it was a 180. I do apologise, I'll adjust that. There was a pause from us because I thought it was a 180. When I seen the 140, I thought, Specsavers is calling Carlos. However, on a finish after 9 to double his advantage. Not out of the traps, out of the starting gates very quickly is Oscar, and it's going to have to be fairly quick that he picks up his stride, because before you know it, this best of 9 will be out of sight. Two treble visit, but on a 1-4, on a 1-6-1, sorry, and that has been very much extinguished because Lewis Cook takes out tops for a second time, doubles his advantage. And this is kind of where Lewis was cooking at, excuse the pun, but he was actually simmering along nicely at 100 in his match last night against Owen Bryceland. And what a performance it was from Owen Bryceland, wasn't it? But Lewis Cook did very little wrong and was averaging a ton. But how I liked, he was just going about his own darts, his own performance. Sign of a player in form, confidence in his own arm, in his own beliefs, knowing that his opportunity would probably come, and if it doesn't, hats off to the player that's played tremendously well. And he's back for Saturday to put things right. The opportunity that our youngsters have nowadays to not necessarily have to dwell on performances or results. There was a lot more positives than negatives. I didn't see any negatives, in fact, in the Lewis Cook game last night, so it was all positive. That bottom of the JPL is very tight. The middle is very tight. And the top, again, it's not about who wins it's nice to win the league format where we've got 3 players as Lewis Cook takes out a brilliant 15-dart breaker throw. Two legs away from a place in the final is Lewis. Yeah, with 3 players sat on the same amount of points, Owen Bryceland beat Lewis Cook 5-2 last night to move top on leg difference, but that was temporarily held at the top because Mitchell Lowry won 5-0, which, as they were both sat on the same leg difference, that moved Mitchell clear by 2 legs. Archie Self had a fantastic result. He's sat level on points, but he's in third. But again, it's all about how you perform in August, isn't it, from here for our JPL stars. And they won't be thinking about that right now. They'll be thinking about the Advanced Tour England spots, staying in the top 32, trying to get into the top 32. And Oscar Saxon will be using this as a free weekend to try and just use it as experience and try and get a deep run as possible, or to try and win one. 70 taken out like Shalon Pease. Lewis Cook is 1 away from a place in the final. Christian Ennis leads 3-1 over Kaya Basel. The winner waiting to happen. Is it going to come to fruition for Christian Ennis? Is Carlos going to be right for once? No, not once, obviously. I'm calling these youngsters that they're going to win it. I'm saying they're going to win it. Obviously, I'm sure everyone else is in agreement that Jack Johnson and Jaden Walker was going to win one eventually. It didn't take long, did it? Fantastic England prospects, world prospects. But of the players ticked off now, Christian was my next choice. Might not happen now, but I think if he's got another year left looking at our list, he's certainly going to be one of the top dogs next year, isn't he? In the top 10, of course, is Christian. And he's doing very well in the JPL as a qualifier. Is that 170? 130, is it? Yeah, sets up tops nicely. Double tops lands. That's been his MO throughout this semi-final, the double tops. He's nailed it pretty much every time straight away. And he's going to be difficult to beat as Lewis in the final. 98.88 average, a 5-0 whitewash over the very impressive Oscar Saxon. Congratulations for his run to the semis. Stay with us, folks. We will have either the second semi-final or the final coming right up. Welcome back, folks. So we saw Lewis Cook impressive with a 5-0 win over Oscar Saxon in the semi-final. We were waiting for the final quarter-final to be complete. I've just had a word with Christian Ennis there. He was 3-2 up when I went out for a bit of vitamin D. The conclusion of that match, but he was edged out by Kaya Basel 4-3, Kaya advancing to take on a good friend of his. And arguably, well, truthfully, the two most successful players in terms of big competition wins. Yes, Jack Johnson's won a couple of the big ones, so we'll put Jack Johnson in that one as well. But Kaya and Mitchell featuring the World Championship final, the Masters final. We're in for a cracker, best of 9, to see who plays Lewis Cook in the final. A mouth-watering final, whichever permutation we've got, but let's enjoy this one. This is going to be an absolute belter, folks. And when we say Kaya hasn't looked the most comfortable on the stage, as Mitchell looks to fire in a maximum, but when it comes to playing the big players, he really switches on and he shows the Kaya Basel that we know Kaya, the ability Kaya's got. And both of these players, like I say, enhancing each other's performance levels, pushing each other along. It's all done in a great nature, great environment. Two absolute quality players and two absolute quality humans. Weesox off the mark. Renfrew at the double. Yeah, and with Kaya, like I say, has had a lot of success against Mitchell, but Mitchell's also had his big successes as well over his opponent. So it is a match, a real fascinating one that, from a neutral perspective, you just got to sit back and enjoy every dart thrown, haven't you? Two players who were heading the way, top and second in the averages. 90.09 was Mitchell's coming into this event, and Kaya at 85. Well, this run to the semi-final has confirmed that Mitchell Lawrie is the JDC, Advanced Tour champion. It looked inevitable. It sounded inevitable with 8 wins out of 16 events, but it is now confirmed. Congratulations to Weesox on being the JDC Advanced Tour #1 to go alongside being the JDC World Champion, WDF World Seniors #1. Kaya unlucky on that 95. And as that slipped, no, it's in the 18, so he'll get a pop of the bull. And a bit like Kaya was very unfortunate, so to strike back and to keep us on throw, a big dart in the context of the match, you feel. 2-0 down, and with Mitchell throwing first, it'll be hard graft from there. But Kaya, for 1s apiece, 2-8, gets it. Brilliant darts from Kaya, and we're still on throw. Leg number 3. Weesox gets away with a 2-treble visit. I talk about the tower from Renfrew. It really has grown immensely, isn't he, over the past 12 months? Me and Chris Mason were joking about it in commentary last night. I said we've got the Tower of Tandil in Juan Martin del Potro, and we've got the tower based in Bristol, Dom Taylor. Mitchell Lorry, what they're feeding him north of the border. I know because I get the Snapchats from his manager, Jamie. And I hope you enjoyed that belly buster breakfast that he's just had as well. Jamie will be back to watch the latter stages of this and cheer his man on as he looks to go for a 7th Advanced Tour title. When you consider it was shared out with 4 was the most last year, he's already broke the record of winning the most in the calendar year. Breaking records all the time is Mitchell, but this is going for 7 out of 17. Sorry, 9 out of 17. What am I talking about? This is sun. The 2 minutes of sun as I waited for the second semi-final has gone to my head. I went out with my fleece, got a couple of minutes of the cricket, congratulated Lewis on his semi-final. And Lewis's dad says, you won't be needing that fleece, mate. It's red hot out here. I said, you enjoy the rest of the vitamin D for us because I've got a nip back inside for this semi-final to salivate over. So 113 for the first break. And what will be a 6-visit break. Still possible. Unlucky. Very tight on them 2 trebles, wasn't it? But Mitchell will be back. Wee Sox eyes up tops. Finds it with the first dart. And that is the Mitchell Lorry, middle of the bed, what I expected. What I did also mention last night is I'd love to see the stats on it. And again, I don't know whether the stats can go down as far as that. Obviously, I look at the Darts Connect and their brilliant guides and to bring up at certain points of the match. But I don't think there's a better player. I mean, Mitchell Lorry's obviously going to be thereabouts, or if not the only player that's better than him. But Kaya Basel, with 3 darts in hand, how good he is at taking it out, a double out with his first dart, because it's something that's caught my eye over the past so many months. But Kaya tends to, with these 3 in hand, wrap things up nice and early. I did see a stat at PDC level that brought that to my mind. But at JDC level, Kai is definitely one of the leading hands at that. And of course, that takes the pressure off the rest of the rest of the match, because if you can wrap the leg up with your first dart and not mess about. It brings that extra relaxation, doesn't it? So not too shabby reply as he looks to break back here, does Wee Sox. 27 going after 12 darts. 14 darter with time on his side. Never in doubt. 2's apiece, back on throw, Wee Sox at the hockey. We have Jockey at the hockey. Jockey Wilson, of course, one of the finest players to ever grace the dartboard. And Wee Sox at the hockey. The future of Scottish darts. Big Rangers man, and I'm sure be looking forward to watching Scotland tonight. 2 o'clock in the morning. Who's staying up, folks? England, of course, don't play till Thursday. Joking on, of course, I says I don't follow non-league football, so I'll not be staying up to watch Scotland tonight. I'm only kidding, everybody. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. All these Scottish fans, please do not take that seriously. I'm cheering you on. I like to see all the home nations do very well at the World Cup, and A 3-1 to Mitchell Laurie. Where am I getting the twos apiece from? That sun has gone to my head. 2 away from place in the final. Stays in the 5-visit realms to win the leg. 14 data followed by a 15 data. Mitchell Laurie is 1 away from a place in the final against Lewis Cook. And how will Kai respond? Because he's got the darts, and if he was to hold his throw, break, and then hold again, we've got a deciding leg. I mean, how easy could that be? Well, it's got a better chance than having to break twice, is what I'm trying to imply. Because to win one leg against Mitchell Laurie out of a best of 9 is going some, but to do it and hold your throw and break a throw and hold your throw twice is a monumental task right now against such a formidable opponent. A real breath of fresh air, isn't he? Everyone was saying he's going to be the Advanced Tour champion, but he's got to bring that into action and prove himself. And he's just done everything so naturally, hasn't he, in his stride? Well, we've seen his form in August, September, chatting to him, saying that you've got to fancy your chances and be favourite for the Ali Pali, and I wasn't trying to put pressure on him. He played it down, talking to us in regards to that. But deep down, I think he knew he was going to be the top dog. A lot of players don't like to talk too much about it, do they? Which is only can put pressure on yourself. 123 to stay in the game. He'll start on 19s. 2 trebles, of course, still required if you get the 2 trebles would have been possible if only 1 required for the bullseye, of course. As Mitchell Laurie takes things out, and that is a 5-1 victory for Wee Sox. He's into the final. We've had a 5-0 semi-final for Lewis Cook. We've had a 5-1 victory for Mitchell Laurie. Who will prevail? Event 17 final coming right up. Wee Sox against Lewis Cook. Event 17, the finale. Bullseye off. Lewis going first for the bullseye. Has Mitchell hit the bullseye? No, he's hit the 25. So we're Wayne racing for the finale. First to 6. And a fitting final it is for the Advanced Tour. 5th in the table, Lewis Cook. Multiple winner. And a regular in the business end of proceedings. Will be departing the JDC Advanced Tour next year. For Mitchell, he's got another year, but we anticipate that he's going to get a tour card. Of course, it's easier said than done, but we wish him the very best in his exploits with that. And if he does, then he is moving on to bigger and better things. Lewis Cook is certainly going to have a great opportunity to win a tour card. We wish him the best of luck. But a lot of darts to be thrown between now and January. And for now, we concentrate on event 17 final. 8 wins out of 16 events. 50% record win ratio for Weesock's Mitchell Lawrie. Talk about the top 4 for England here. Mitchell Lawrie, of course, has secured his position by only playing a few of the events. That's required for the Scottish qualification. Mitchell is, of course, very proud to represent his country. World Cup winner in the past, Foundation Tour winner. And this is the stepping stones that the JDC offer. And for all of our youngsters out there that are thinking about coming on the Foundation Tour or going to qualifying school in January, you know, go for it. Because there is stepping stones, there is progression. Every player progresses. I'm so impressed with every player, whether that be the top 32 last year, the top 64 now. Mitchell Lawrie, only an 11 data to get things underway in our final. Is this going to be a Mitchell Lawrie special? A final that we saw with Jaden Walker, that if he'd hit his double first time, ifs and buts, of course, but I mean, everything was landing, wasn't it? He could have had 116 average in that final. He's had so many 105s, 104s in finals. He respects Lewis so much. Lewis, of course, can match strides with him. Maximum time for Weesox. But Lewis can certainly go with him, as we mentioned. One of few players that has that 100+ box office ability. And a brilliant back-to-back 180s. 44 after 9. After an 11 dart hold. Is looking to take the lead for the first time. Back-to-back 4 visit legs for Weesox as he takes a stranglehold on the final. Takes the lead for the first time. Lewis, the laser Cook, will have to be laser sharp if he's going to keep tabs on the JDC World Champion, the WDF Senior Men's #1. I know Mitchell and Co are looking forward to a trip over to Gibraltar on about the 3rd of July, I believe that is. Talk about gaps between now and, is this another 180 from Weesox? It certainly is. Blistering stuff from Mitchell Lawrie. Averaging only 118. Generational superstar. 3 in a row. 3 4-leg visits in a row. Lewis Cook averaging 106 and plenty of change, and he's losing 3-1. What a final. Away with a 140, so he's threatening again another 4-visit winning leg as he looks at that 60, thinking, how is that not a 140 or a 180? But Lewis Cook, again, when you talk about players behind, it was the same last night. He'd be sick of the sight of the Scots warning because Owen Bryceland played an absolute blinder, which he's doing right now. Amazing that he's in the top 10, a 12-year-old, and joint top of the Junior Power League with Mitchell. But Lewis Cook, as we say, I love to watch the body language and the performance and the response. And Lewis Cook, despite being 3-1 down, is doing everything right, isn't he? Great 2 treble visit, but this is for a 4-visit leg of his own. Brilliant from Lewis Cook. Laser-like indeed. The gap is reduced from 3-1 to 3-2. Mitchell still has that one breaker throw advantage, but that was a splendid hold from Lewis Cook, wasn't it? The final of event 17. Things are hotting up here in Bristol, not just outside, but here in Hangar 61. This is an unbelievable final. And of course, hot on the heels of event 17, I heard Robbie Long prior to that semi-final calling out the round of 64 matches and who was due to be marking those games. So we're well underway of event number 18, which again, I will confirm any round of 64 results when we get our first match underway of that, which will be a couple of seconds after this match, or a couple of minutes away. So we've got plenty of action still to come here in Bristol. And then, of course, the Super Sunday events 19 and 20, where we'll see who will be remaining on tour, who will be disappointingly having to go to qualifying school if they're not already aged out. So a lot of things and permutations can happen. Third dart, and you feel this might have to go. Brilliant dart from Mitchell Lowry, and that fist pump shows how valuable that was, knowing that his opponent in such good form was sat on 97. Superb from Lewis Cook. The laser is in red hot form himself. We talk about players that are doing well in the progressions, and Lewis Cook, Ben Townley, both doing very well on the development tour. Doesn't find the treble Weesock, so 1-3-6, not under a lot of pressure here. 6 darts if required for 4-3. Lewis has just got to keep on the premises and hope for that break back, hasn't he? Doesn't want to force it. He's not forcing it. He's doing fantastically well. And Mitchell is front running tremendously well, as you'd expect. There's the Kiman, and it's 4-3. The gap is 1 again, and Weesox again is back in the treble 20. Yeah, a development 2-13. It was a quarter-final run for Lewis Cook, and this is becoming a regular theme, isn't it, with the Dev Tour and like Sir Ben Challenge Tour latter stages. Our JDC stars are doing fantastically well, aren't they? And we know that the standard of the Advanced Tour is as good as any tour around, but players that are unaware of the talents of our JDC stars will soon find out how good these boys are, because look at Archie Self at the Morris. His third visit there, he's grown in confidence every time. He pretty much went through the card, did amazingly well. Lewis Cook, I expect to do the same on the Dev Tour. Ryan Brandy, of course, last year won a Dev Tour title. And Mitchell being 15, still got all this to come. And that was for a 5-visit hold, but the 110 for a level game, 215s. Oh, how unlucky was that from Lewis Cook. Rightfully stayed there because he obviously saw that as a handy guide, but second pop at it for Wee Sox. And there it is, another fist pump. Both players are giving it on there, not necessarily big style, but knowing how important each winning double is and geeing each other up, geeing themselves up, sorry. 5-3 means he's one away from winning his 9th title out of 17 events. And I think when Mitchell lands back in Renfrew Airport, or Glasgow Airport as we call it, they should be laying out the red carpet for our superstar, because what a superstar. He's going to have to go some if he's going to wrap things up 6-3, but he will have the darts in the next leg. And of course, it's at a stage where Lewis Cook will have to break to take us the distance. But what a final we've had. What a final we've got. Nestled in amongst event number 18, of course, as Lewis Cook looks to get that winning dart. He does do that with his second dart. 5-4, Mitchell Lawrie throwing for the title. Oh, and would you believe it? And 5-4, is that a turning point in the match? Or is the work that Mitchell Lawrie has done on his own and the work that Stuart Robinson is doing behind the scenes from a sports psychology point of view, is that going to come into fruition now? Because Lewis Cook is on the charge and Mitchell needs to really fight off to defend his throw here. Well, the laser senses a break. Doesn't get the two treble visit, and this opens up a maximum in the treble department. That is a sensor one. 2 will do nicely, I think. Oh, he's got 3. Oh my God. Does a Luke Littler, does a Rob Cross. 1-4-6 for the title. I sensed a big response after that trebleless visit. And it was a timely one. It's wrestled back to the advantage of throw, but this is for a level game. He wants the bullseye for 5-all. Unbelievable effort from Lewis Cook. But 54 to win 6-4 and win a 9th title. Tops. Mitchell Lawrie secures the title. A brilliant performance, and what a performance also from the runner-up Lewis Cook. But it's Mitchell Lawrie who has got over the winning line. 9 JDC Advanced titles out of 17. Take a bow, young man. You are an absolute superstar. And everybody take a deep breath alongside me. We will be back for event number 18, which will be around a 64 match. I'll refresh me Darts Connect, stretch my legs, and we'll be back any moment now. Well done, Mitchell. You are the winner of event 17. Sox victorious of event 17. As promised, hot on the heels is event number 18. Our opening match, a couple of minutes after. Here it is. Alfie Armitage taking on Christian Ennis. Alfie showed glimpses, or more than a few glimpses, of his brilliant best. Christian Ennis has been consistent throughout. This should be a great opening match. And we look at the Advanced Tour table. That run to the quarterfinals. Disappointed he was. He was a bit gutted with a 4-3 win. 4-3 loss over Kaya Basel it was. Prior to watching both semi-finals of event 17. We're currently sat 9th on the order of merit table. Doing very well, as we say, in the Junior Power League. I'm sure he's 4th in the table. Alfie Armitage currently 29th on the order of merit. Alfie's a player that's asterisk on my list. That's going to be aged out next year. But again, still enjoyed every bit of his experience on the Advanced Tour and done very well, hasn't he? Talk about opportunities and performances, and Alfie's been globe-trotting himself, playing in a lot of youth events around Europe, over in Canada. So experience and big match opportunities and are coming his way regular, but he's stepping up and winning a lot of them matches. So the Accrington Ace is certainly on the right track as Christian Ennis breaks early. Christian informs us that there's a big charge of youngsters from Northern Ireland, of course, with the guidance of the likes of Neil Duff. Running the academies, and they're gathering pace on the up over in Northern Ireland. We've got a real strong setup, and it'll be a big force in Gibraltar and 5 and 6 nation events. When you talk about Alfie and Kaya Basel as well, you know, youngsters that have got week in, week out tough competition over the Red Rose. Always been a strong county team as Lancashire, and if you can don in a Lancashire shirt, you're certainly a top player. But they're playing like the vaults opportunities that they have, and the junior vaults even, you know, it's only going to bring these players on to have that level of competitiveness week in, week out. Christian, usually very efficient on his doubles with 3 darts in hand, and this opens the door for Alfie. Doesn't take his chance. It was a long shot at 108, but we know how good Alfie is, and that was an opportunity. Players of Christian Ennis's level, they're the opportunities you've got to take, because you don't get many chances below 100. And back at a more manageable 68 as Christian loses the plot a little bit on his doubles. It's not the end of the world at 1-0 currently in a best of 7, but he's certainly going to want to take care of his work at this visit because Alfie's getting closer. The double 13 lands. Christian blows out a sigh of relief. Alfie has the darts in leg number 3. You feel it's a leg that Alfie has to win, don't you? Because 3-0 down with Christian thrown first in leg 4. You'd feel the inevitable is around the corner, but a 2-1, Alfie's got them gears where he could come out on top. I think it was Romania where Alfie had visited recently. Did well in the youth event and also the seniors event. It was a quarterfinals, I think he got to in that one. And that was in the seniors event, I mean, not just the juniors. Christian, like I say, a winner waiting to happen. The likes of Jackie Boy, who was successful. I've been on the premises with semi-finals and finals. Jaden Walker's. Christian most certainly has an opportunity to break through. It's when not if I fail. And he is back, of course, next year, which is great news. And he'll be pleased with a 3-0 advantage there. Very hot on the stage, and Christian feeling it in terms of the heat, but not affecting his darts one bit. And this looks a great response from Alfie. The first dart was lovely in, wasn't it? But clearly proved not to be a great guide. Didn't open up the bed. Tried to force through it rather than work around it. Few scorelines so far. Toby Clemens 4-0 against Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. Kyle Gilden's through 4-1 against Lucas Milligan. Jaden Walker a 4-1 win over Harry Childs. Liam Cook, the Welshman's through 4-3 against Drake Porter. Drake's been in great form recently. Ridley Ladigus, the Northumberland youngster, he won 4-1 against Elias van Brussel of Belgium. Actually, Self is through with a 4-1. There's plenty of 4-1s going on here, isn't there? Over Alfie Knox. So the Ox and Junior Ox will be disappointed with that. Caden Morris is through 4-1 against Lex Passhauser. That's a brilliant result from Caden. Caden's a player that'll be coming off the tour due to the age restrictions. Still a fine result for him, though. Again, these are free weekends for players that are going to be missing out on the tour next year. They can use the experience that they've gained and try and do the best they can on the weekend that they've got. And an opportunity for the Bull to get on the board, but it was a long way off. A tops is not a long way off from Christian Ennis, and it is the Northern Irishman that progresses through to the round of 32. Not Alfie's day, unfortunately. He's had 2 early exits, but it's Christian Ennis who's on the charge once again, a quarter-final in event number 17. He's into the second round. Who will join him? We're about to find out because we'll have another first-round match coming right up. Back underway in what will be an absolute thriller in Bristol. Alfie Cook against Arthur Alston. 13th. Alfie Cook has moved up from 15th in the table. We saw him successful on the stream board earlier on. And Arthur Alston came up with a tough opening match. I think it was. Did he play Wee Sox? I'll have to check that one out. But he played a tough opening match and lost out in that one. But still lies 11th on the order of merit table. Been a brilliant year, as we say. Arthur Alston has been one of the standout performers. Currently 8th on the average table, 3-dart average table for the Advanced Tour. Swimming along nicely at an 82.24 average. And as we said, Alfie's at 75.5 for the campaign. But he's broke his duck as Alfie. Like I say, winner on the tour. Lewis, his brother, done fantastically well again, reaching the final. A few gremlins at work with the little stutter, so hopefully that'll be rectified. It happened last weekend for about 5 or 10 minutes, didn't it? So hopefully it's not too long. And we get the fluency of Alfie Cook at its best. So the opening leg goes in favour of Alfie on throw. How will Arthur respond? Saw Christian Ennis with a 4-0 win, as we just said, over Alfie Armitage through. Jason Goosens is through with a 4-3 win over Oliver Haffen. Addison Heffron is having a great campaign. 4-3 win over Reggie Woolard. Alfie O'Brien, 4-2 against Leo Howard. This is a brilliant response from Arthur Alston, isn't it? Lost the opening leg, but 81 after 9, a potential 11 dart. Hold a throw back. And these are proper darts thrown by one of the most talented youngsters on the tour. Alfie's way back, but he'll know if he holds his throw, he still has the advantage going into the business end of proceedings. Arthur tidies up. It's 1-1. And again, like I say, it's about holding your throw. Did a bit of a James Wade in that last leg, but Arthur was absolutely spot on, wasn't he? And at some point, Arthur will have to do that, you feel, to break the throw and win the match. But two solid, basically ton and average to leave 301. A trebleless visit for the first time. Will it be punished? This is still with the advantage of throw here in leg 3 for Alfie. When the Dutch talents is through, Quinn Sneebor is through against Luke Cox. Owen Bryceland, a 4-0 win over no player. Of course, we've got the odd player missing today. Mentioned the Rockweiler, whose performances have been very good the last couple of weekends after getting used to his setup. Hi to everyone over in Southern Ireland if you're watching. Yeah, Jack Courtney's got a great future ahead of him. One of the players that'll be going on to senior darts or junior darts for outside of the JDC. Alfie Cook has the advantage of throw 2-1 up. Robbie van der Steen is through. 4-3 victory over Caleb Gascoigne. After reaching the final, Lewis Cook is 1-0 up over Joe Westby. Freddie Windmill, 3-2 down against Jack Nankovic. That's a mouth-watering first-round match, isn't it? We've seen Freddie Windmill, semi-finalist, quarter-finalist. He's had a great campaign, hasn't he, in the opening year? He's going to be good next year. Currently 2s apiece with Craig Devlin and Callum Ryan. And every time that Alfie Cook takes the lead, Arthur Allison just goes about his work and replies with very solid darts of his own on his throw. This one could go to the wire, folks, couldn't it? It could be a last leg decider where an opportunity now for Alfie for a bit of breathing space in the match and to throw for the match. He wants 2 5s. Or will he go 2-4-4? Will I be a spotter? Yes, I will. On this occasion, our commentator curse doesn't come to fruition. He did this in the last match that he played, and it came good. It's done so once again. A brilliant 2-4-4. Alfie likes doing that, doesn't he, if it goes inside? It was only inside by a minor amount, but it's been effective both times he's gone for 2-4-4 instead of direct at the 5-5. And away with the 1-3-4 as he looks to wrap things up in the match. Great grouping and a great 140 as he looks to keep this match alive. We want to see this match go on and on, don't we? But not if you're an Alfie Cook fan, of course, but two supreme talents of young darts. He's so cool as ice, isn't he, Arthur Allison? You can see why he's a top tenner in the averages and was one of the players that sort of was in consideration for that England spot for the A team. 3-1 becomes 3-2. Our last 3-1 match that we saw resulted in a comeback from Kaya Basel in his match to get into the quarterfinals. Will we see a 4-3 from Arthur Alston to get into the second round? Back on throw, but Alfie will have the darts in the next leg should he need it. You feel he might need it. Has been electric with his own throw, hasn't he, Alfie? And he's going to need to be in the last leg because you feel that Arthur is sensing the winning line himself. Lewis Cook is 3-0 up against Joe Westby. Joe, of course, will be back next year. So it shows how well Joe Westby done by winning the Super 16 at a young age. And you talk about the efforts that Lex Passauer to win the World Championship a 13-year-old. 40's gone out in 2 darts, and we have a deciding leg, folks. Best of luck, gentlemen. It's Alfie Cock who throws first in this decider. Dart drop out, so 80 does get the treble, but it's going to be under pressure. As we see, Arthur sensed the winning line and he's going directly for it. Anyone's guess who is going to progress through to the round of 32. This really is fascinating. Match that's had so many twos and fro's. Blow the hands. It is hot up there. Looking at Christian Anishet earlier on in our last match, you could see he was feeling the heat. And if people can't handle the heat, they should step out the sauna. When you think about the players that the Winter Garden stage, for example, that always comes to the forefront of my mind. To play in them conditions with the lights and everything else, you know, and to perform at the levels that they do. But this is the experience that stepping stones and the experience that gets them to these big stages and to be able to perform so well. The JDC, a great feed and a platform for the top 128 players as Alfie Cook wraps things up. Had the advantage of throw at the beginning and it proved to be key. Brilliant performance from him. He's into the second round. Box office is Alfie, and Arthur Alston, solid as a rock as always, averaging 83.89. But it's Alfie who progresses. Stay with us, folks. We'll have another match coming right up. Quickly back underway here in Bristol. Second round action it is, and Jaden Walker takes on Oscar Saxon. A second round clash that would grace any final. Jaden again, Mr. Consistent, second on the Advanced Tour table. Losing out in the quarterfinals, it was to Mitchell Lorry. They were locked at 2-all. I don't think it went to the decider. It might have been 4-2. But I think out of all the players on tour, and not just because Jaden's second, but I think Jaden's been beaten one or two finals against Mitchell, and they've been absolutely amazing finals. That one with Jaden getting back-to-back maximums and Mitchell averaging 105, I think it was in the end. What a first leg it is. Blink and you miss it. 79 going 20 for tops for 1-0 in a break of throw. And they are the opportunities that you've got to take, Oscar, against the talents of Jaden Walker. So double 16 back for a second opportunity. And two further darts missed to win the opening leg. And you get the feeling Jaden won't miss out on this one. 2 5s. Inside again. Early nerves here in the second round stream match. Do hope that the dragon will cease soon so we can fully enjoy the fluency of Jaden Walker and Oscar Saxon. But this is live darts, and we do have the odd little blip with technology. And despite being a former signaller in the Royal Engineers, there's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Much to my disappointment. Communication is key, and that's what I'm here to do, to try and guide you through the rest of event number 18. On a super Saturday it's been at the darts here in Bristol. Oscar disappointed with those missed starts, but as I rave about for our youngsters on the Advanced Tour and the girls as well, when they miss out on a leg and they miss darts for a double, there's no dwelling on it. The academies, they're all working fantastically well. The way that all of our players are able to window wipe so fast and get on with the next leg. Generally, the disappointment of missing the doubles backfires with a fantastic next leg. As evident right there with Oscar Saxon. Who says Oscar's having a fantastic year. He was 12th, I think, on the average list. Averaging just shy of 79. Again, fantastic from him. We'll take a look at Jaden's average for the season. 83.04. So again, a 79 and an 83 average for the 16 or 17 tournaments played so far. Remarkable from our young talent. The match perfectly poised at 1-all. Jaden's darts. And in like our last match, is that going to be the difference winning that bullseye? How they get to 3-all, there's a lot of breaks at times and it doesn't necessarily all go with throw, but that last leg, all important, isn't it? Brilliant from Oscar Saxon. And that was real quality, wasn't it? And a great attempt, but we know that this is in the wheelhouse of Jaden Walker. 2-1 in a blink of an eye. We've seen a 170 checkout with him. The big fish was reeled in 0.1 or 2 seconds. And that 110 went equally as fast. 2-1, and that was for a holder throw, but it'll feel like a break with Oscar missing that double for his ton topper. What a standard here on the Advanced Tour. And as we say, sandwiched in amongst event number 18, we will have the girls' final. And I will keep you up to date how the groups, how the knockout, is going in that, and who we're potentially going to feature as a maximum goes in from Jaden Walker. The Dorset Dynamo at his best. Been an absolutely amazing campaign for both Oscar Saxon as he levelled things up and Jaden Walker. Connection should be very proud, and family members, which I know they are, of these two youngsters. So again, Jaden, despite his slender age, has got plenty of experience, and he'll know 2 holes of throw will see the job out, and it's going to take a big couple of legs for Oscar to wrestle that victory away from Jaden Walker. It's a race to 4, best of 3 from here, and Jaden looks for a single for double now. The height of Jaden, the angle of darts that goes in, 80 is a tricky one for him, isn't it? I mean, nothing's tricky for Jaden. He's an absolute wizard on the board, isn't he? Opponent way back, so there's no need to go for the double 5 or the Alfie Cook way on the 2 double 4. Double 10, a massive friend to Jaden Walker once again. Again, when 3 darts in hand, we talk about Kaya Basil's accuracy with the first dart, but I'd like to see many players that have a better stats-wise than Jaden Walker with 3 darts in hand at double 10 at him nailing the first dart, because he's very efficient on it, isn't he? It was great ball management, knowing that he could bust that scoreline and come back for the double 10. Awareness with all the pressure going on in the match. 2 treble visit, fantastic. Oscar needs to win this leg, and he's putting a great effort in to do just that. A tidy ton, which was unlucky not to have featured more. So superb there from Oscar. He's down to an 80 of his own. And Jaden pressurises that with a stunning 140. 2 10s. Brilliant from Oscar Saxon. We've got that last leg decider. A fist pump. Best of luck, gentlemen. You've both been immense. The groupings of these 2 youngsters has been outstanding, hasn't it? I'll give you updates of what's going on around the boards, around the grounds, as they say. Around the 32 matches following this match, the start of our next match. But this is a real fascinating contest, isn't it? Oscar Saxon putting the pressure on Jaden Walker, but that 57, a bit like the Mitchell Lowry 162, you feel that it was going to be punished, but not as yet. Doesn't find the treble, and the advantage of throw has been wrestled away, for Oscar Saxon, but he comes up shy on the trebles again. This is the pressures, this is the tension. We're going to see a nervy conclusion to leg 7. Oh, we thought that until Jaden hits a 140, but this is 114 to steal the show and go through to the last 16. Double top for 114 checkout. Mightily unlucky young man. And Jaden Walker, after that 140, sits on double 6. Double 10 is great with him first start in hand. Jaden takes his time, wipes his hands, goes through his preparation, his pre-dart throw, and the double 6 lands first dart like his double 10s have. And the holder throw was crucial. Jaden Walker advances to the round of 16. Oscar Saxon, brilliant and very unfortunate on the 114 checkout. But it's the JDC Advanced Tour number 2 in the world who advances to the round of 16. Stay with us, folks. We'll have a round of 16 match coming right up. Back underway here in Bristol. Round of 16 match. And this is where we start thinking about lifting the trophy. Get through this, you're in a quarter-final. You've hit the bell on the last lap, as they say. Jason Goossens has had some fine results. One of the lead Belgians on the tour. And Liam Cook is also popping up with some good results at times. He'll be happy with his performance on the tour so far. I will run you through the order of merit very shortly to see how they feature in terms of staying on the tour or fighting for their spot on the tour. But either way, a win is all important regardless. Goossens off the mark with a 15-dart break, showing his statement of intent early. Goossens has just won the Battle of Belgium, shall we say. Lano Schnoys, who we've saw regular on our stream board, sorry. A 4-3 win for him, averaging 70. And Liam Cook with a 4-1 win over Toby Clemens. Toby Clemens, of course, who did well at the recent, was it the England Open or the Grand Prix that he played in? And of course, Toby's been one of the main players on the tour who we've seen feature at the business end of events. So Liam with an 81 average in that 4-1 success. So certainly the Welshman's in fine form, and if he continues that, he'll take some beating. But Goossens with a 15-dart break has certainly put himself at the forefront in the outcome of this match. But Cook responds brilliantly, doesn't he? 76 after 12 darts. And not the biggest of pressure behind him, so tops. And that would have matched strides with a 15-dart break of his own, but will he be back? He certainly will be back, because Goossens misses the 2 treble 19s for double 12 and double 10. Great for Jaden Walker in the last game. If you hit that double 6, you normally have that second opportunity to go for the double 4, but not when it's your last start, mate. The time on his side was needed, but it eventually gets over the winning line. Pleased to do so. The leg went to the rightful owner in the end. Back on throw. Best of 5 from here. As we say, it's been really exciting and really interesting to see who's going to feature in the business end of the tournaments. Jack Johnson's featured in so many semi-finals and finals. He's been really consistent. Jaden Walker, as we say, consistently in the semi-finals, finals, quarter-finals. But when you look at a lot of these runs, shall we say, and semi-finals and quarter-finals, we probably look at who's beaten. In fact, I'm going to do that at some point this evening. And just to see where Mitchell Laurie's featured in all of this, because I bet you along the way that Mitchell's thwarted quite a lot of players at these stages, which makes it even more incredible, the 9 wins that Mitchell Laurie's had, because 79 for another break here, by the way. Double top. Almost back-to-back 15-dart breaks, but 4 holder throw, a 6 visit winning leg, 2 18s required. 3 breaks to throw in the match, perhaps. Double 10 for 2-1. It hasn't gone, so an opportunity for the first holder throw in the match for Liam Cook. A tricky double 9. It's got to go, you feel. It does go. Liam Cook has the advantage. And he takes the lead for the first time. The Welshman cooking along nicely with 81 average in his last match, and he's taken the lead for the first time. But Goosens has been fantastic, hasn't he, against the throw? But he's going to have to be foot perfect on throw, because 3-1 down will be a long way to come back from if you're Liam Cook, with Liam Cook being in the form that he's in. So a fascinating last 16 match here. Still anyone's guess who's going to progress to the quarterfinals, but Liam Cook has showed great tenacity from 1-0 down to come back. And Goosen has to respond. As we say, a real talented Belgian on display. You can see from the body language and the stride from Liam Cook how confident he is right now. He's quickened his throw up a little bit. He's never been slow, of course, but he just looks like he's in that mood, doesn't he, to cause some damage to some of the top players in the world. And what a 167 that was. Unbelievable dart, and acknowledged from his opponent. The standard of the Advanced Tour, the quality of the Belgian. We've had a big fish from Jaden Walker in event 17 and a 167 from Goosens to level things up. Just taking a look at the Advanced Tour table here for you. Of course, all this is on Darts Connect if you want to have a look at it or have a look at any of the stats that are on offer. If you go to the previous event and check out tournaments, and you can get all of the 3 dart averages, percentages on 180s and checkouts. Okay, so Aaron de Rida is the top Belgian at 22nd. Lano Schneiser 27th. Lex Passhauser at 28. Jason Goosens at 30. So very much a throw blanket over all the Belgians, isn't it? They're all, the standards have risen. Aaron de Rida had a great opening weekend and reaching a final, getting beat off Mitchell Laurie, and he struggled to reach the business end since, but I've been impressed with Lano Schneiser and also Jason Goosens, and we also know how good Lex Passhauser is from his World Championship exploits as Liam Cook retakes the lead. Robbie van der Steen is down in 36. He's had a great tour as well. And these are all players, as we say, that when you take the 8 players out that have got the asterisks next to the name, these are all currently sitting in the 32 hot positions to regain their tour card. And I don't believe any of them list of names that features one of them Belgians. So at the minute, they're currently sitting pretty. All 5 of them for next year. Will this be a leg that sees Liam Cook into the quarterfinals? He's got the advantage of throw. 38 plus these. Robbie Long, our technical man with the camera. And the leads and wires and whatever else has rectified the drag. We look forward to an unblemished view all the way through to the end of event number 18. Well done, Robbie. You are our hero. And disappointment missed there from that combination, knowing that Cook is capable of taking this out, but Jason Goosens will be back for a level game and take us the distance in what has been a brilliant performance from both players. That's a handy guide. Didn't need to adjust, found it with the 3rd dart, and we have got our decider. Liam Cook with the throw first. Best of luck, gentlemen. We've had breaks a throw, holds a throw, 100 away followed by 125. So little to separate these two. Unfortunately, no draws allowed, and our tournament would never end if we sent both players through. So something's got to give. Who will reach 4 first? At the minute, it's anyone's guess because Jason Goosens hasn't found a treble when he looked like he could have potentially took the darts away from Cook in the middle of leg number 7. You can see what it means to both players as we find a few trebleless visits. But who will hit the big score to really put the pressure on? We've seen a big 1-6-7 in the match. Very much on the premises, isn't it? But Goosens down to a manageable finish. 46 to break back at the right time and hit the front and win the match. 52 his opponent's on, and he will get the chance at 52, does Liam Cook. Drama here in Bristol. 52 after Goosens misses match darts. Tops 2 10s. Match darts missed from both opponents. And Goosens now, he's hit 32 to win leg 6. Not so much of a guide. Doesn't move though. Master move now. And just wasn't settled, was he, from that first dart lie? Double 2. A further 2 match darts missed from the Welshman. A real nail-biting end to this match. And Goosens finds the adjustment on the double 4. And disappointment from Liam Cook, but you've done fantastically well. But it's Goosens, the class act from Belgium, who progresses to the quarterfinals. We'll have a quarterfinal match that'll be coming right up, folks. Stay with us. Welcome back, folks. The second round of 16 match of event number 18 on the JDC Advanced Tour. We've got the Flying Gilden, Kyle Gilding, against Christian Ennis. Heavyweight clash. Two huge names, two huge stars in junior darts. Lock horns for a place in the quarterfinals. The respectful fist pump. Best of luck, gents, on your pursuit in reaching the quarterfinals. As we said, to the delight of myself, when I found out Christian Ennis is going to be on the tour next year. We say not 16, not striking 17 till after January the 1st. What are they feeding them over in Northern Ireland? I say that about Mitchell Laurie and 12-year-old Owen Bryceland north of the border, but when you talk about actions, me and Chris Mason last night on the Junior Power League were saying there's very little can go wrong with Christian Ennis's action, is it? It's very smooth. And when I talk about body language and actions when players are being hounded by Mitchell Laurie's supreme talent, Christian Ennis, like Lewis Cook, I love the way they go about their hugely talented game and just focus on their own darts, and you don't see cracks appear in the game, or you don't see them rush or get aggressive or angry. You just see them calmly going about their darts. Yes, at times you need that little bit of a G up or a little bit of a come on or like a reaction, shall we say, to yourself. But I love the way that Ennis goes about his work, not only when he's in front, but when he is behind. He can not just turn a match on his head, but can play ultra well in defeat. So a leg that was well in command of here. He's got to take care of his work on double 10. Does just that. Has the opening dart that lands in double 10. He's got the advantage of throw in leg 2. And for Gilden, it's been a mixed year for him, hasn't it? He's had a few runs to the latter stages. Have we seen him in a final? I don't believe we have. He's certainly been in plenty of quarterfinals, and I'm sure he's been in a semi-final. Has he played in one final? It's been a busy year. So many darts have been thrown. But backing up his run to the quarterfinal at the UK, sorry, he's qualifying for the UK Open. Superb darts from Ennis. When you talk about the region where he's qualified from, and obviously people are travelling from all over the country to play in it, but the region where he's qualified from alone at 16-year-old is a huge feather in his cap, because we know the talents that he's got. It certainly won't be long before Christian Ennis is gracing UK Open stages, and furthermore. We came here in February. I know Chris Mason saw the qualifying on the afternoon and was mightily impressed with him. But from his 5-3 opening win in the Junior Power League against Jack Johnson, to the keen darting eye, you could see that this kid has got so much potential. And almost a brilliant response from Gilden. Ennis is back on tops to put things right from the last leg. Does so with the first dart, doubles his advantage. Unlucky Kyle Gilden there, wasn't it, on the 105? But Ennis punishes. You feel this match could explode if Kyle Gilden turns on his style, but granted is Christian Ennis. It's going to take a big performance to turn this one around. Yes, he's got the darts here, and one break of throw, he would have the advantage of throw at the business end of the last 3 legs. And for back-to-back quarterfinals, it would be for Ennis. Superb 140 from the fly-in Gilden. I want to see Gilden explode interaction in terms of his 2 treble visits and his power finishing. But I also want to see Christian Ennis perform ultra well under pressure, which I know he can. First to a finish on 1-2-1. And it's a better finish than Gilden with him coming up dry on the treble, unfortunately. Getting the scoreline down slowly with a 57, but way off on the treble 19, and that was a handy guide on the 25 for the bullseye, wasn't it? But 64 going. 16 again for a double 16, and that was for 3-0. And that could be the pivotal moment in this match, because if Gilden takes out 80, 3-0 to 2-1 is a massive swing in the match. 2 10s. Gets it. The flying Gilden is up in the air. He's flying. He's been threatening that, hasn't he? And Ennis with that 1 dart at 64. The scoreline could have been so much different, but he still holds the advantage. 2-1 in the scoreline and throwing first here. But what a match we've got. Archie Self is through to the quarterfinals, a 4-3 win over Jack Johnson. Battle of our JPL stars. Repeat of last night's match, actually. To the finest lefties around. Jaden Walker has beaten Event 17 runner-up to Advanced Tour titleists, with Jaden Walker edging that 1-4-3. Mitchell Laurie of Scotland. Has anyone heard of him before? 4-0 win over Jack Marshall. Looking for his 10th Advanced Tour title out of 18. He was at 50% before. He's going for 3 in a row. And I did mention to him prior, going home to the airport, it was at the end of event 16. If you win all 4 events next weekend, you break your own record of 4 events in a row. And this could be the 3rd if he wins today. We'll not delve too deep into that because there's a lot of darts to be thrown, but he could break his own record. That's all I'm saying. Now drop the mic, Carl, because that would be an unbelievable achievement. Bullseye required. Unfortunately to miss the bullseye, so Ennis on the premises on 43. Down the board to up the board. 2 10s. He's in, he's out, and he's shaking it all about. Top, middle, and bottom. Double 10 for a level game. There it is, Kyle Gilden. We said he's flying. He's soaring back into this game. It's 2-all, and he has the advantage to throw, as we mentioned, in 2 of the next 3 legs, should it go that way. He's warming to the task, and Christian Ennis is so unlucky with his 43. But he's now going to have to break back at some point. What a match we've got here in Bristol. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Edge of your seat stuff here at Hangar 61. The flying Gilden is flying. He'd be hoping to fly back onto the stage here at Hangar 61, rather than fly out of Hangar 61 back to his hotel. We Remember, we've got our money in, money out tournament tonight, folks. If you're in the vicinity or you'd like to do a bit of travelling to join us to play the warm-up tournament for tomorrow and talk all things darts if you want a bit crack with me. And from 2-0, you knew he had the potential to turn this around, Gilden, but he's done fantastically well, hasn't he? Christian looking a little bit edgy, a little bit rattled. What a quality operator. That adjustment there from the 20 to the 19s, box office. How close was that double 10, by the way? And this would be an absolute barnstormer, wouldn't it? First start looked absolutely inviting for the second. But he's going to have to settle with a straightforward ton to leave tops. And hope for misses. Gilden doesn't seem in the mood for misses. Double 10. 2 5s. Inside again, the commentator's curse returns. Because after doing all the hard work from 2-0 down to 2-all and having darts 4-3-2, Ennis sat on tops. And Christian retakes the lead 3-2 and has the advantage of throw in leg number 6. That'll hurt Gilden, won't it? To have clawed his way back fantastically well. Yes, the game's not over. In one break back, he has the advantage of throwing leg 7 and the momentum. But it's going to take a monumental effort, especially with Ennis backing up that 40 finish with a 1-3-7. Ben Townley is the first player through to the semi-final. Our St. Helens Supremo doing amazingly well on the Challenge Tour, the WDF and Dev Tour. A winner also. I said he was a winner waiting to happen. He's won one. Christian Ennis, I said. Are we going to have to wait till 2027 for that to come to fruition? Or is he going to do it today for us? Because a place in the quarter-final is at stake here. We've already got two semi-finalists. Mitchell Lorry is through 4-2 over Archie Self. 103 average, not good enough for Archie Self. Shows the standard here. But Mitchell Lorry averaged 100.08. To saw off his English rival. 2 world champions there. Current JDC world champion and former WDF world champion. Former JDC number 1, of course, Archie Self 2 years ago. Ahead of Jack Nankovic, who was second that year. But Archie Self is playing tremendously well, so it shows how good of a result that is for Mitchell Lorry as he looks for 10 titles. So Gilden needs a big EE, doesn't he? He needs a 2 treble visit. Not a treble 1 though, Carl. And that is very unfortunate from Gilden as Ennis looks to wrap things up. Double 12 to do just that. Takes a blow. Gets a double 12. A very pinpoint 72. And from 2-all, he re-rallied and won 2 legs on the spin. Christian Ennis is through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Christian and Team Northern Ireland. You're into the quarterfinals. We will have likely to be a semi-final coming right up. Stay with us, folks. Welcome back to the action, folks. And as promised, sandwiched between events 18, the conclusion of event 18, sorry, was the girls' final. And what a fitting final it is. Two of the best girls at the minute, locking horns in yet another final. Who will come out on top? It's a first of four. Becca Allen gets us underway. Macy Gibbons, the name on everybody's lips right now in junior girls darts. Taking on our Junior Power League girls champion, our inaugural champion, with a fine win over Paige Paulin in the final. I was guided through nicely by myself, Chris Mason and Abigail Davies on that finals day. What a finals day it was. If you want to check that back out on YouTube. Like I say, all the events that have been played on the Advanced Tour, all the girls' finals, as well as the Junior Power League from the very start. If you type that in to Google, into YouTube, sorry, you will be able to find whichever match or evening that or afternoon that you'll be looking for. Becca Allen beating Paige Paulin in that final, came second on the tour overall. And these two very much at the forefront in the Junior Power League this year. Superb from Becca Allen. 2 treble visit lead 44. Macy applying the pressure, but it's first pop at a double for Becca Allen. Double top to hold her throw. Macy for the first break. Needs to come inside. Gets the double 8. Oh, she doesn't get the double 8. The third dart looked in for me, and back comes Becca. Drama here in Bristol. And this time it lands without the distraction or the interference of the 2 darts. Macy Gibbons, our girls number 1. It's the top 2 in the girls series that are battling it out, and they're featured in pretty much every final. Abby Etheridge is featured in a few finals. She's always on the premises at the minute. Lola Wheeler's thereabouts, our JPL starter. I think Lola will be pretty sick of Macy Gibbons this weekend, because not only did Macy Gibbons get an 82 average in the final match of the Junior Power League last night. What a performance that was from Macy to beat Lola Wheeler, who Lola played 2 games last night. That was in the absence of Becca Allen, who, Becca, congratulations on finishing your exams. Had a late one that she had to finish off, very important one, so was unable to make the Friday night, but obviously got her games concluded 4 weeks ago to sit second in the table. Remember that finals weekend, semi-finals and finals for the girls is coming up on the 23rd of August, with conclusion of the boys, the 4 matches from each player, 40 matches throughout the day on the Saturday on the 22nd of August. For doubling her advantage, she wants double tops on the 77. Becca Allen way back, so Macy will return to double her advantage. And how much will their missed darts be in that opening leg prove costly to Becca Allen? Because she can't give Macy Gibbons opportunities. She's playing that well at the minute, isn't she? The England Open Girls Youth Champion. Macy and Lola did fantastically well. That was, of course, in the women's pairs events. Macy, top of every table right now, top of the England Youth Grand Prix Girls Tour table. Natalie Baxter in second, who reached the semi-final. Another fantastic performance from her, but it was Becca Allen who edged her out. 3-2 it was in that one. Macy Gibbons 3-1 against Lola Wheeler was the other semi-final. Yeah, Abby Edridge is third in that Grand Prix, Lola fourth. Lily Wheeler in fifth. Caprice Hickson was Becca Allen's opponent in the quarterfinals, where she won 3-1. Becca. So this has an opportunity, doesn't it, for Becca Allen to get on the scoreboard with minimal fuss, with our opponent back on 314, and after that superb 140. Sparkles requires double 8. Glitz and glamour, third leg. She's off the mark. She's a great fighter, isn't she, Becca? She likes to mix it with the top players and has so much belief in herself. Quarterfinalist she's been in the women's series, and our first look at that, we know how tough that is. And we know Macy Gibbons has been compared to a certain Bo Greaves in terms of her action and her scope for improvement. Been playing the game 2 years. And she's banging in 82 averages for fun. She's got a running average of just shy of 80 for the whole JPL. She missed a 9 data in a vault. That was recently, as a few weeks ago. Very much looking forward to the future and progression of Macy Gibbons, the Coventry ace. With Becca and Evelyn working together so well as a team. A huge support is Becca's mum. And as Becca moves on to the women's series and the events that are going on around the world, as Macy takes a beautiful 177 to leave 42. She looks to go one away from the match and the championship. But certainly the future's bright for Becca Allen, and I can't wait to see her progression as she moves into the senior game. For a level game. Bullseye required. Oh, how tight was that from Becca? Great effort. 2 16s. Tidied up nicely from Macy Gibbons. Punishes the bullseye miss. And we all know how difficult that is to action. And how close was it from Becca to give us a level game. But Macy on the mark and looking for yet another Girls Series title. Unbeaten in the JPL, 5 wins from 5. Unbeaten on the Girls Series when she's been playing. I think she missed 1 week. Did she miss 1 weekend or missed one event or 2 events? I'm not sure, but she hasn't missed a lot. But top of the tree is Macy. And so was Paige last year, but Becca figured things out, didn't she? So who's to say when it comes to a big final on a PDC stage that Becca can't reverse it or get the better of Macy in the JPL and defend a title? It's going to be a fascinating second half of the year when you conclude this weekend, isn't it? And of course, we've got tomorrow's final in the girls still to come. At the minute, these two girls are the targets for everyone else to aim at. But as we see, Lola Wheeler with playing tremendously well. She beat Becca Allen in the Junior Power League 4-1. You know, a lot of the girls are more than capable, aren't they? So it's certainly not as Becca Allen takes out 32. Will we see a deciding leg, or is Macy going to get the job done on throw? There's no finer way to start than a 180. A real champion's performance from Macy Gibbons and a real champion response from Becca Allen. We're on a 9 data. Oh, girls, come on. We want to see a 9. We want to see a 9 on our stream. And wouldn't it be quality to see one of the lasses do it over one of the boys on a live stream on an Advanced Tour Girls Series weekend? Wee Socks has obviously hit one off the live stream board. Could have waited and did it on the stage, Mitchell. You've had plenty of stage opportunities. What is wrong with you? No, Mitchell, I'm sure will hit one at some point on the live stream. I should hope he does. Or any of the other massive talents that we've got. Yet to commentate on a 9 data, but hopefully, like I say, it will happen. But I'll shut up because I don't want any more commentators curse on the 9 data as Macy Gibbons looks to wrap things up. 88 to take us the distance. Sparkles requires the ball again. Further away this time, but Macy each time is punished with the next visit. She wants one for double. Oh, she's busted. More drama here in Bristol. 2 16s. Looks a handy guide. And she's dragged it. This time hits the single. Double 2. Madhouse. To end a crazy final. It's been littered with 180s. 3-figure opportunities. And we're going the distance. Becca Allen fights back from 3-1 to 3-all. Best of luck at this deciding leg, girls. These have both been immense. And after fighting back from 3-1 to 3-all, responding from the 180 with Macy having the darts, Macy gets a 180 to punish the 22. And a very, very tight 60. So this looks like to be heading in the direction of Macy Gibbons once again, unless Becca can find something else in reserve. An absolute battler, a Trojan at the hockey. Will the dancing commence on the streets of Carlow, or will it be Coventry? With time on her side, this has been a brilliant leg, hasn't it? 180 after 9 darts and finding a treble there. This is a real professional leg from Macy Gibbons, the junior number 1. And 2 12s. Brilliant darts. A 14 darter to wrap things up. Becca Allen, you've been fantastic in defeat, but it's Macy Gibbons, a 14 dart leg to win the Girls Series event of the Saturday. She's absolutely fantastic, isn't she, Macy Gibbons? Box office. And we look forward to more battles to come between Becca Allen and Macy Gibbons. I'm sure if it's not tomorrow, it will be on our JPL Finals weekend. Stay with us, folks. We've got what will be a semi-final or the boys' final coming right up. Back underway here in Bristol, and after a superb 14-dart leg for Macy Gibbons to edge out the resurgent Becca Allen from 3-1 down. Backs up at 82 average in the Junior Power League last night, with the girls to a victory once again. Macy Gibbons gets over the winning line. Will the relentless Mitchell Lorry make it 3 wins in a row and 10 out of 18 tournament victories on the Advanced Tour? Of course, this is only the semi-final, and we're underway here in Bristol. We're underway in Bristol with a maximum from Mitchell Lorry. Fantastic against his good friend, Ben Townley, who's in a hot streak of his own right now, and we're very much looking forward to this semi-final. 2 players that will surely bring the best out of each other, the current form that they're in, and the respect that they've got for each other. They'll just go about their work and they'll show their brilliant best, no doubt. Said Ben was a winner waiting to happen, and over the moon, he got over the winning line to win his Advanced Tour title. Unfortunately, as we say, Ben is one of the players that are in the 32 that have got the asterisks next to their names that Jamie Cooper kindly gave us. I'm gutted because everyone needs a Ben Townley around on a tour, don't they? But he'll be going on, as we say, to permanent senior darts and already doing great strides in doing that. Reaching a semi-final on the Challenge Tour. Take that back, was the Development Tour. But still, great performance. Semi-finalist in that takes some doing, doesn't it? Wee Socks for double 3 as he goes for 3 in a row to try and break his record over the course of the weekend of to get 5 tournament wins in a row. The Tower of Renfrew is off to a flyer. Ben's played a lot of competitive darts. He's been over to Canada to play with Success, it was, with Dita Hedman, it was, and who else was his trips partner in that? Come back to that one. But yeah, gaining experience all the time, and you can see in his wins and his averages, he's taken some big players out over in the States and over in some top Americans, some top Canadians, likes of Alex Spellman and all that. And for Mitchell, who's been mopping up pretty much every tournament, not just at JDC level, but on the WDF circuit, where he's senior number 1, as we say, already guaranteed his Lakeside for December, as he looks to go one better to last year's exploits. What a performance it was, wasn't it? In reaching the final and being 3-0 up against Jimmy Van Schie. And I'm sure it will be the favourite for the event in December before going for his tour card of the PDC. We'll have a modus opportunity at the back end of the year, but I'm not sure whether it'll be taken with Lakeside on the horizon. It's something that I'm sure he can discuss with Jamie and Fraser and Lynn. And they'll make the right decision, whatever that'll be. Wee Sox doubles his advantage and finds a maximum to start leg number 3. Starts a maximum in both of the legs that he started so far. Superb response from Ben Townley. So relaxed, isn't he, Ben? You know, you watch his action, as we say, when there's an onslaught of Mitchell Lawrie going on. And I love to see players' response or players' body language. And like I say, Lewis Cook, Christian Ennis, Ben Townley, when this is going on, they just go about their own work and they do it in a quality fashion, don't they? Because doing very little wrong. And that's how you improve and develop, isn't it? The right temperament, the composure, the great work that all of the academies do, and obviously the team sponsorships. Taking the right bit of advice and the right bit of support from each department, isn't it? It's going to get that extra 1 or 2% out of you. Hasn't have to be electrifying for Mitchell Lawrie, has it, so far, to get this advantage. 8 for 3-0. And that goes, and that'll hurt Ben with it being the last dart, thinking that he might have the opportunity to come back for 2-1, but not. I'm pretty sure in his head he thought that Mitchell was never going to miss that 52, the form he's in. But it hurts on that last dart, doesn't it? And Wee Sox is not satisfied, is he, with getting a 180 in both the legs that he started? He's only done it in 3 out of the 4 legs. Ben away both visits over the last 2 visits, last 2 legs with 140 in both of them. And he still can't find his way first to a double. Because you've got Mitchell Lawrie 181 after 9. But this is good from Ben. Unbelievable darts from Ben Townley. We said he's in electric form. His first to a finish is down to 140 after 9. That 162, great ball management as well. Oh, but it'll set things up and he'll be looking to avoid not busting this one. Made sure of that, didn't he, Ben? Mitchell likes the treble 16 route, doesn't he, on 136? We've seen him go for it a couple of times today. So a dart wasted. A dart at tops missed. Will it be 4-0 in a race to 5? It will. Last dart once again. One away from a place in the final. 180 again. 4 out of the 5 legs. Wee Sox has got off with a maximum. We said we'd love to see a 9-darter. Out of 4 of the 5 legs, he's given himself that opportunity to do that. Let's see it, Mitchell. Come on. Very unlucky. Playing to the crowd, playing to the audience, but a relaxed Mitchell Lawrie. A special talent is Ben Townley, isn't he? To wrap things up in style. Oh, very unlucky, Mitchell. When that first start went in, it was a lovely guide for the second, wasn't it? And it's Ben who was on 140 again for back-to-back legs. For the whitewash. And again, the scoreline doesn't necessarily deserve a whitewash. Ben's played very well and had opportunities, but over the top with the last dart goes double 10. And again, with a final dart, a crucial last dart, it's Wee Sox who's in yet another final. Congratulations, Ben, on your run to the semi-final, but it's going to take a massive result, a massive performance from whoever reaches the final. We've got a second semi-final coming up, which is Kaya Basel against Jaden Walker before that final. So sit back and enjoy our second semi-final. We'll be right back with you in just a moment. So a treat, a second semi-final with the girls' final going the distance and plenty of time on our side. Our tournament director, Robbie Long, gave us the good news of two semi-finals and the final. So sit back and enjoy this second semi-final. Kaya Basel against Jaden Walker, two England A internationals. They're going to be working together in November in Gibraltar, but for now, the rivals at the Yockey for a place to take on the mighty Scot, Mitchell Lorry, in the final. Both players, as we say, maximum time for Kaya Basel. Expect big scores, big finishes. Expect a lightning performance from both players. The talent of these superstars. I rave on about them at home, you know. I say how good all these lads are. I can't wait to see them step up to senior level at some point. There'll be people saying, these are the lads that, this is the lad that you were talking about, isn't it? There's the opening leg. 15 dart it was. And Kaya looks up for this one, as of course he's up for it, but he looks really, really focused to put on a show because he knows he's got to against the talents of Jaden Walker. But I says, when he's up against the real elite, we see the best out of Kaya, isn't it? Jaden beat Lewis Cook 4-3 in the quarterfinals. So if you're not tournament match hardened after that 4-3 result, I don't know when you would be, but we know that Jaden, the floodgates would open once he won his first one. And I think if it wasn't for Mitchell Lowry, it would have done. But next year again, second at the minute on the tour. We're going to see a lot more wins from Jaden Walker, whether it be the last 3 events and certainly going into the 20 events next year. And Kaya as well is going to be on the tour. I said I haven't got long to wait for Kaya to show himself in the senior point of view on TV because he's going to be making his modest debut. I can't wait for that. As I say, I've been marking off crossing off the days with me highlighter pen in me diary. So shall look forward to watching these youngsters in action. And that was almost as quick as his 170, wasn't it? Threw in the big fish in his opening match on the live stream. You always know what kind of form Jaden Walker's in because he's absolutely granite with his consistency, isn't he? 17 dart break back. Best of 9, remember, for this one. We've had a whitewash from Mitchell Lowry against Ben Townley. And again, Ben had chances, slim chances at that, shall we say, a couple of bullet attempts and things like that. But the first leg, you could see that was going to be a big difference. A bit like the Turgle match in the Junior Power League where he missed several darts to go 1-1 and the whitewash was on the cards and came to fruition. But this one has the makings of being a real close one. Nine legs, we could have 5 or 6, 7 breaks a throw. Two of the biggest 180 hitters around. This looks good, doesn't it? For a third consecutive break, perhaps. Like Jack Nankervis, as we mentioned, Jaden Walker, one of the best switchers or accurate switches in the game. How to do it, they do it that quick. Obviously, you've got muscle memory, but that's 76 from Kaya Basil's granite, wasn't it? And these are the games that Kaya gets up for, isn't it? You can see in his body language. He wants to be the top dog. And Jaden's expression doesn't change, does it? Superb maximum. We said this could have 7 breaks to throw in the match. We're heading for a 4th one right now because despite the troublous visit, Jaden's in a brilliant position, having hit that 180 with the first dart. But back comes Kaya. Brilliant. A maximum of his own in leg 4 to say, I want a 3-1 lead, mate. Speaking of fast-flowing matches, Kai is used to the Jaden Walker pace because it was Jack Nankovich who he beat in the quarterfinals today. So a 91.81 average. Stunning performance again from Kaya. And with that 180 and a lovely guide with the first start for the Shanghai, he wants tops for a ton-topping extravaganza. Back he comes. 1, 2, 3. Wasn't a mile away, was it? But didn't find the treble, so 2-8. I don't really mind hitting the 19 if you're going for the 35 because it's next door to the 3 and the 16, of course. So it's not too much of a shock or a problem, is it? It's like the 10 and the 6 on 46. He said Kaya with 3 darts in hand. His first dart generally goes, but he's going to have to work hard with the second and third one here. Weesox was fantastic with the third dart, wasn't he, in that match with Ben Townley, but not for Kaya Basel as Jaden levels things up. What a tense semi-final we've got. Anyone's guess who can join Mitchell Laurie in the final. It really is a fascinating contest from here. Who's going to be the first player to put 2 legs together? You thought it could have been Kia there, couldn't you? Because he had the chance to go 3-1. Will he rue those misses? You certainly wouldn't think it after that maximum, would you? Oh, the player's window wipes are quick. Again, a 5th leg where the advantage of throw has been wrestled away in midpoint of the match. Absolute brilliance. 157 after 9 darts. Keeps them straight, so he's on 100 after 12, but that'll be under a lot of pressure, you'd imagine. Blocks it with a second dart. 140, superb from the Advanced Tour. Second place man. Leading the charge for England here. Hot on his heels is his semi-final opponent, Kaya Basel. Strong favourites coming into Gibraltar, of course, for the World Cup, but Scotland will have other ideas, as will other nations, of course. But is that a bullseye landed? It certainly is, Jaden. With that 140 and that check out there was fantastic, wasn't it? 227 got in 6 darts. And our first hold of throw in the match. 2 aways, Jaden. And the door is ajar for breathing space himself. And a 2-leg advantage, perhaps. Still a long way to go, perhaps, in the match. But if Jaden can break here, it could be over quick. Because he would certainly have the confidence if he got a 2-leg advantage and then kicking off with the throw in leg number 7 it would be. But Kay's been relentless, hasn't he, on the 180s Another maximum from him. Quality stuff from the Burnley Arrowsmith. Both on the big fish. Will it be reeled in for a second time by Jaden Walker today? We've also had a 167 today. That was Jason Goosens of Belgium who hit the 167. And that was for two-leg advantage. Kaya on 55. Tops. To take us to a best of three from here. Gets the double top. Brilliant darts from Kaya. It's 3-all. It's Jaden who throws first in two of the next three legs, if required. But we said the momentum swings, the back and forthness of this match. It's intriguing, isn't it? I'm not one to sit on the fence in matches, and it really is so hard to call a winner from here off before the match, before a dart was even flung. As we say, from a 5-0 Mitchell Laurier whitewash to a real close fought semi-final. And Mitchell will be sitting back. I don't think he'll be sitting back with his feet up. He's not one to sit around for very long. But he'll certainly be resting up mentally for his final. Whilst the two opponents in this semi-final are still duking it out. And it'll be a quick turnaround. Yes, the players will get 5 minutes, rightfully so. But it's certainly better to be in that first semi-final is what we see on the PDC stages for finals nights. It is better to be in that first semi-final to be able to get that extra bit of time away from the board. Ten points separating both players after 7 legs, 6.5 legs. Well, that's slightly increased there with Jaden Walker's brilliance and the 180. Yet another from Jaden. Single for double. Brilliant from Jaden Walker. Retakes the lead. One away from a place in the final. How will Kaya respond? Both players come up dry with their opening visit on the trebles. So it's still advantage Kaya. The very early stages of leg 8. And we knew it wouldn't take long before he'd start finding the red bit. Brilliance again from Kaya Basel. Another maximum from him. And one semi-final with the minimum legs played. This one looks like going all the way. Superb from Jaden. The fluency. The muscle memory. With the likes of Michael Smith and Adrian Lewis and Jaden Walkers, it looks like they're just throwing as if they don't care, but it's clearly not, and it's they are aiming. It's just it's their action that the follow through is still there. Deciding leg. to reach the final and play Mitchell Lorry. Best of luck, gentlemen. You're both winners in my eyes. And if you've got the advantage of throw, the minimum you want is a treble away, and an 88 is just what you need. But what a response from Kaya. Be disappointed, didn't get the 180. We've had so many in the match, I've lost count. Kaya edges the 180 front, but will he edge the scoreline supremacy at the end of this match? Because he's going to have to go some to beat Jaden Walker, because still holds the advantage of the midpoint of the deciding leg. But a trebleless visit opens the door for Kaya. Will it be punished? You see, when the pressure comes, that players drag the dart slightly, but you can see enough of it over the top to use it as a guide. A tight 55. The fine margins between success and going back to your hotel. Will it be yet another edition of Kaya Basel and Mitchell Lorry, or will it be another edition of Jaden Walker and Mitchell Lorry? Whichever permutation you go around, I'm rubbing my hands with excitement. Double 18 for a 110, and to wrap things up in style, Jaden Walker advances a superb 110 checkout. Kaya Basel, unlucky not to progress to yet another final. He will be back, of course, tomorrow for events 19 and 20. Brilliant display from him, but it's Jaden against Mitchell. Stay with us, folks, for the final. It's coming right up. So the scoreboard's refreshed with our finalists, and we're underway with Jaden Walker, who wins the bullseye off. Final to whet the appetite, get the popcorn out, or whatever delight you choose. Sit back and enjoy this one. It's going to be an epic. Weesock's going for title number 10. Jaden going for title number 2. First to 6. Mitchell going for 3 in a row, as we say, and his second consecutive one of the day. And it really will be a super Saturday for the outstanding Mitchell Lawrie. There's the first max. We knew it wouldn't take long. We talk about, well, as we just wait for this double 19 perhaps. Unlucky from Jaden Walker. 52 returning, 2 16s for a 14 data. 15 will do nicely. And unlucky with that, but Jaden with a 158 attempt goes directly at the 19s and takes the opening leg. It's a holder throw. It's a crucial one. But again, looking at the body language, as we say, of our players, I'm sure you're doing the same at home. And the Mitchell Lawrie of 12 months ago, reacting to that 52 miss with a 2 darts at double 16, to the Mitchell Lawrie currently, it's like chalk and cheese. So a massive cap tip to Mitchell and his team. Because the temperament is absolutely bob on, and that's why he's producing the darts, what he's doing right now. 2 massive talents. First and second on the order of merit. Mitchell beat Jaden in the quarterfinals earlier on as he would look for a 15 dart ton topper. And that's how you level things up. One's apiece. Jaden going first here in leg number 3. So the 158 was a very good attempt, wasn't it? But that 116 from Weesock's never looked like missing, did it? And we talk about the temperament and the body language. That was there to be seen, but it was actioned by the 116 and the 15 dart response. So he let his darts do the talking. Brilliant from Jaden to leave the big fish once again. He's threatened it a few times for a second time of the day, hasn't he? Second maximum for Mitchell Lawrie. Oh, Jaden Walker almost gets a second big fish reeled in. How unlucky was that, Jaden, by the way? The 158 and the second another attempt at the big fish. Has he got it? He hasn't, so it's Mitchell's turn to respond to missed darts. Does so and takes the lead for the first time. It's our first break of the match. How important will that be? And how will Jaden's response be? You can tell Mitchell's eyeing a 9 darter, isn't he, on this big stream board? To have 4 out of the first 5 legs in that semi-final against Ben Townley to have a 180 in the first visit. Luke Littler-esque, isn't it? It's Mitchell Lawrie-esque. You can see when Luke Littler was doing it when he first came onto the Pro Tour, hitting a a 9-darter in every final that he played in, I think it was. It was an incredible record that he did it in, whether it be the Pro Tour or a World Series event. And Mitchell clearly wants to do it on the live stream board of the business end of the Advanced Tour. Tight 60, but opens the door for Jaden to claw his way back into this one. Doesn't get the 2 treble visit, but 99 knocked off. Does little damage to what's coming up for Mitchell Lawrie here. Didn't need to go for the bullseye. Great board management to leave tops. I don't think it matters what pressure is applied from any player right now with Mitchell Lawrie, because he knows he's going to come back and have the confidence to take out 40. Does so with a second dart. 17 dart. Hold a throw for Mitchell to back up his break there. 3-1, halfway to victory. How will Jaden respond? We mentioned that final a couple of events ago, and if you're going to watch any matches back on the Advanced Tour, that final against Jaden Walker, as Jaden rattles in a maximum, the third of the match. Yeah, Mitchell could have been out of sight and won the match 6-0. Well, he could have averaged 116, but Jaden's response, as we say, was fantastic. He hit a couple of he hit a big checkout, a 180, a big checkout, followed by a 180 to start the next leg, and that's how he did it. And it was a brilliant response when you know that the game is pretty much done and dusted. But it just showed you the warrior, the fighting spirit of Jaden Walker. 171 perhaps. Unlucky Mitchell, but great pressure on the 76. Double top for 3-2. And this is for further breathing space. Loves a treble 14, does Mitchell. It's double top. The Tower of Renfrew. Unlucky not to secure the tops there, but Jaden, to reduce the arrears. I was about to say his trusty double 10, but not to be, as Mitchell looks for 4-1. Gets it with a second dart. It's back-to-back 17 dart legs from Mitchell Lawrie. A 4-1 advantage. 10 titles on the Advanced Tour looms now. He's 2 away from 10 out of 18. And this 4-1 scoreline, I think Scotland would certainly take that tonight, wouldn't they? Or early hours of the morning. Looks a good guide, that first start, but the groupings, very good, but very tight. And Jaden will be pleased with that. Doesn't punish the troubleless visit, but it's going to be so hard, isn't it, for even the talents of Jaden Walker to come back from this. What adjustment that was from Jaden Walker. Unlucky with the third dart, but that second dart was immense, wasn't it? How quick it was, but more so how accurate. We've had 2 17 darters off the spin, 74 once again, and the commentators curse on Carl saying that we Sox loves treble 14, but did a Darryl Gurney there, did a stacker. I love that. Darryl Gurney and Luke Little do that fantastic, and we Sox has mastered that, which I love. Double 10 once again. We talk about Jaden Walker loving double 10. Mitchell's quite fond of it too. Any double, really. If you're going to be good, you've got to love every double, haven't you? And these two boys are fantastic. Looked like it was difficult to get that third one in there. When you're 5-1 up and you're against the throw, a 140 will do nicely, won't it? And despite 301 after 6 darts, Mitchell's looking for a 4-visit title charge. Back-to-back 140s. Wrestled the advantage of throw away. 20 ahead plus these. Doesn't get the treble on this occasion. Can Jaden fight back? He does fight back. Only a ton though after that first dart. And it's still advantage Weesox. Tension. Excitement here in Bristol. Hanger 61. And what's been a fantastic day of action. And we wanted to continue. Will it with an 82 checkout from Jaden Walker? He's loved the ball today, hasn't he? Has he got the double 16? He certainly has. 8th leg, it's advantage Weesox. But again, with your opponent looking to conclude the match, that 82 was special from Jaden. And when we talk, averages don't get put on trophies, and it's all about being tournament hardened. But Mitchell averaging 94 and making it look like an absolute canter down the rolling mile. Will it be this leg that he wins 3 in the row and 10 Advanced Tour titles? Top against second, the best 2 players on the Advanced Tour consistency-wise over the course of 18 events. Both absolute superstars. But 134, we've had a 116 from Mitchell. He looks and says, oh, come on. How tight is that first dart? His opponent's back threatening the big fish once again. So over to you, Mitchell. For 10 Advanced Tour titles, gets it with the first dart. Superb stuff from Weesox. Mitchell Lawrie is top of the tree. He's confirmed as the JDC Advanced Tour champion. Jaden Walker, brilliant in second place. 10 titles out of 18 for Mitchell Lawrie. 3 on the spin for Mitchell Lawrie. Who will win events number 19 and 20? Could it be a record-breaking 5 in a row or a record equaling 4 in a row for Mitchell Lawrie? Who's going to make the top 32 to secure their places in the Advanced Tour next year? Who's going to get the England places? We'll find out at 11 o'clock onwards from Sunday. Join us, folks. Thanks for being with us today, and I'll see you all tomorrow, sharp at 11 o'clock. Enjoy your rest of your day, folks. Bye for now.